The Corvallis School Board meeting of August 6, 2020 is called to order. The first point in the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you are willing and able, please join me to the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, everybody. I want to thank you all for joining us. And for those who are listening to us through the live stream on YouTube or the recording afterwards. And also, I want to welcome those who signed up for public comments. They have been given the instructions and they will be unmuted when their turn comes. So you can listen to us through the YouTube live stream and pay attention to the Zoom meeting phone call whenever we call on you. Right now, the first point of the agenda after the Pledge of Allegiance is board member reports. Do we have any board members who wish to report on any school district related business or any other reports? And I would like us to raise our hands through the system, through the panel participants, and then raise hand and lower the hand after you're done. And the first person is Director Vince Adams. Vince?
I would just like to express my appreciation to Dale Kuykendall and the bond team for allowing board members to go on tours of 3 of our construction sites. We've been working on this bond project for a long time, and I've looked at a lot of drawings, we all have, but it was immensely exciting to have an opportunity to be able to be on site on these construction sites and see, you know, tangible outcomes and see what these schools, I mean, in particular Lincoln, see what it will look like. It was just very, very exciting. And I also want to emphasize that I was just immensely impressed by the professionalism and quality of the construction crews and the general contractors that were on site. They did a great job of interpreting, you know, essentially they were doing interpretive work because school board members aren't necessarily schooled in construction. So helping us understand what was happening and not only talking about the work that they were doing, but also the things that they found, the historical significance of things that they had found. And it was just a really exciting afternoon to see the effort this community is doing unfolding on the ground. So thank you to Dale and the Wenaha team. Thank you to Kim Patton in facilities. You guys are doing an amazing job.
Thank you, Vince. And I want to echo what you mentioned. Sarah and I and Vince went to 3 schools. It was really phenomenal experience. And I got really the honor to see taxpayer dollars in action and materializing into buildings that will educate generations to come. Any further reports? Sarah?
Yeah, I also really appreciated the opportunity to go on a tour of the schools that are under construction. It was especially exciting to see the bathroom at Sheltland. We worked very hard to come up with a bathroom design that we thought would work for all of our students. And seeing it not completed, but taking shape was gratifying. So everything that Vince and Sammy said, but then that was it was an especially good thing to see that bathroom taking shape. So.
Thanks, Sarah. And for those who are wondering why our board members are excited about bathrooms, this is where you see a translation of policy to make sure we're inclusive of all students from all gender identities into a design that's materialized where supervision and privacy is really built into the building of the school. And it's something unique. Even the contractor has never done something like that. So it was very, very great to see it. Yeah. And probably in the reports, there is a picture of us and the construction of the bathroom. Any other reports? All right, seen none. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sammy. So board members, I wanted to take a moment to just again talk about the reopening of schools. Earlier today, we sent out additional information to our families that we're going to walk you through. Just taking a look at what we tried to do is provide a comparison between the two models and considerations for families as we get closer to registration. Last week when we met, we had our rapid development team leads sharing with you the considerations from our components of educational delivery and finances and human resources and safety and equity, and all those pieces and components are built into the two models that we are sharing with families. And so I just wanted to take a moment. What we tried to do is provide families information in a sort of a side-by-side T-chart sort of way of looking at the beginning of the school year. And so if you could move down to the first area in that T-chart, that would be great, Lindsay. So again, just thinking about last year was emergency teaching. We learned that we needed to close immediately and we made a quick shift. This is anticipating what the school year is going to look like, understanding that the decision has now been made to start in a hybrid model for the remote hybrid model for the first 6 weeks of school. And so staff is really focused on that educational delivery, what those 6 weeks will look like, and how do we make sure that the 6 weeks include components that include synchronous learning, meaning the teacher with the students in an online format such as this, also time for students to practice, and also anticipating that because there will be time, with this format being in front of a screen, we also have limitations about how much time we can do that. I've experienced that myself as I've taken some classes in this format. And so also understanding that we want to add to some of the components around project-based learning, not necessarily as a new area for us, but as an area that would enhance a design such as this. So kind of keeping that in mind, we wanted to provide a comparison. So the first comparison is around grading, because as we know, at the end of last school year, everything was pass, no pass. We don't anticipate that will be the same for this upcoming school year in either Corvallis Online or the hybrid model. And so we wanted to call that out and say those will both be the same, and this is how it's going to look. The next area under that, Lindsay, would be credits. So both of those will be the same with 4 credits or 4 classes per semester. Again, the thinking behind that was that we know that taking 8 classes in an online format or a remote format for the first 6 weeks is really difficult for us to do, for us to maintain focus in those 8 instructional areas, and to narrow it to 4 for one semester and 4 for the second semester made more sense. So the classes, while there's only 4 per semester, there's the same number for the year. They're just more intensive during that semester at our middle schools and high schools. But in both formats, Corvallis Online and in the hybrid, that's the same. Instruction. So instruction is another area that does have some differences. And so we called that out. So instruction in the hybrid is 5 days of learning. That's the first 6 weeks of school. 4 of those days are going to be face-to-face with your teacher. So there will be more synchronous learning in that model than what you saw in the spring, and also what you would see in Corvallis Online. Corvallis Online is a program really designed for more independent work, more self-pacing, while the hybrid model allows for more teacher-student interaction on a more frequent basis. Below that, the next piece that I think is important to call out, and board members, if you'll probably have some questions for me at the end, but I'll just keep going because I can't see you in the view I have here. So again, registration at the boundary school would be the case for register and attend boundary area, transfer school with boundary in Corvallis, the hybrid or remote model. On the Corvallis Online side, you'll be assigned to a Corvallis teacher, but that teacher may not be a teacher that's typically teaches in the school that you attend. We've identified, are continuing to identify staff who will be teaching through Corvallis Online, so it will still be Corvallis School District teachers who will have the ability to enhance the instruction and the curriculum that's provided. At the same time, it may not be a teacher that you're accustomed to having at your individual school. So remote with plans for in-person versus for full year remote. So again, with a hybrid, as of now, the first 6 weeks will be online. We'll continue to watch the metrics and make determinations based on the governor's direction in terms of moving to in-person, but there's the potential that in-person would happen in the hybrid. The Corvallis Online is really designed to be a full year of remote learning. Down below that, we've had a lot of questions about dual language immersion, and in our FAQ on the district website, there's additional information about DLI. But one of the things we wanted to recognize is that there are some aspects of dual language instruction that happen when people are together. And so as you think about a more independent program, self-directed like Corvallis Online, that is not necessarily the same educational delivery model as the hybrid with some remote components. And so we're encouraging families in DLI to go with the hybrid model. At the same time, we know that there will be some exceptions, some families and students that doesn't work for. And so we're going to be doing individual connections with those families and designing plans for their students, recognizing that the hybrid model won't work for all of our students in DLI. And so we know we'll make some individual decisions for some of our kids. And we know that that's the case all the way through several of our high schoolers. The same is true for our students in life skills. A remote, self-paced online program may not be the best design for our students in life skills. At the same time, we know that there are some students in life skills with medical needs, and so that will be more individual planning between staff and students. But again, the hybrid seem to be a better fit for our students in life skills. Again, we're trying to create and share information with families as they're making decisions for the fall. Course electives, there's going to be a lot of similarity, but there's a little bit of difference. So similar electives in our schools through the hybrid model, even through that remote learning component. The secondary online software provides some electives, but not all of the electives that we typically offer in our course offerings. And so there's a little bit of difference there. That information can also be found on our FAQ at this time. So again, I think this is one that I've already spoken to a little bit, but curriculum-wise, the curriculum in our hybrid model is going to be teacher developed, and it will be really designed with that hybrid format in mind, while Corvallis Online is designed more so with a remote learning component in place. But at the same time, we know there'll be some areas that we will need to enhance in our Corvallis Online model. As an example, with Florida Virtual, we know that there are components of social emotional learning that we want to enhance. We also know that there's areas in culturally responsive teaching that we want to enhance as well. And so while we're buying specific platforms, we know that with our teachers and with what we see as our priorities, we know that there's enhancements and developments we need to put into place to make those work for our kids and our families. So again, I want to really appreciate the fact that our principals were back this week and worked really closely with our communications department to put this together and continue to develop our frequently asked questions area on our website, because we know that there are a number of questions, and we've received a number of questions via email that have helped us to answer questions and get them into our FAQ. And at the same time, we know that there's ongoing questions that families have. And so we're trying to provide a couple of different examples in this format of here's what you have with the hybrid, here's what you have with Corvallis Online, recognizing that we're about 5 weeks away from school, plenty of time before school starts, but we wanted to make decisions early so teachers can also begin to think about what this means for us and our students and families can do the same. So we've tried to make decisions as quickly as we can with the information that we've had. We've known that we've had to be dynamic and make some changes as we've moved along, but we're working really hard to communicate, to share, and to develop programs that look a lot different than they did last spring when we were in that emergency instruction area and thinking about this for the long haul. So I'm open to questions from the board, but I really wanted to focus my superintendent's report on one topic area. As you know, I usually cover 5 or 6, but tonight this felt like the area that was most important, with that information going out to families via email this afternoon or evening. Let me go back to, okay, I can see you all again. So Jay, go ahead.
So 2 questions kind of on the down in the weeds. If I am a student online, how often would I quote see or talk to a teacher? I guess I'll start there and then I have another question.
That's going to depend on a couple factors. One is how successful you are currently in that format. So the way that the teacher is more of a support in that format, checking in, doing goal setting, making sure that you're recognizing and understanding the content. If you're not connecting, what's causing that lack of connection? What services do we need to incorporate and bring to the student? We've also, like I alluded to just a little bit ago, we also know that there's some areas of the curriculum that aren't as robust as we need them to be. And so in those areas, I would anticipate that there would be more interaction with teachers as we look at what we see and value in the instruction that we provide to kids, and where there's gaps that we need to fill, we're going to make sure that that happens. So there's some nuance in my answer, obviously, but I think it has a lot to do with content. It has a lot to do with success of the student and the degree of support needed in that format.
So to follow up, maybe it's a middle school context or a high school context where I'm thinking, will teachers be monitoring my child's performance and checking in, or are we going to expect the child and the parent to check in with the teacher, or is it both?
Sorry, I was getting a little feedback. I would say that it's going to be a combo of both especially with really with both models. I think one of the things that we continue to grapple with to identify what are some areas that we can continue to develop is with some of our students that were less engaged last spring. So that takes some work on our parts to engage students and make sure that they're making progress. Other times it's going to be synchronous learning, where teachers are going to be sharing with students in classrooms, and so it's going to be in both directions. I think that's again, I think that one of the biggest differences that you're going to see this year is the amount of synchronous learning that happens, especially in that hybrid model. Anticipating that students will be receiving instruction from teachers in those classes, having some guided practice, having the opportunity to practice independently, and then assess learning. And those pieces will have synchronous aspects. In our Corrales, on our hybrid model, that's going to be 4 days a week across all three school age groups, so elementary, middle, and high. And so the conversation there is, how much time can a 8-year-old spend in this format versus a high schooler in a high school course. So we're trying to be developmentally appropriate in that timing, but at the same time, we know that more synchronous learning is important for our kids.
Sammy, I'll wait.
Vince, you're up next. Sarah.
Thank you. And thank you, Jay, for that line of questioning, and Ryan, your discussion. That was one of my questions. The other one I've been getting, I've been listening to discussion around quality of education in the virtual model. And I'm just curious, Florida Virtual School and Apex, do they meet state standards? And can you discuss the vetting process that the team went through in choosing those two platforms?
Yeah, they align with standards. The way that we looked at that was we looked at that early on in the summer. And the reason why we did that is because there is some integration that has to happen once a product is chosen, some integration with Canvas, some integration with our student information system, with our grade book. Honestly, today, actually, I got feedback from our ESD who's been working since May to figure out how to connect Canvas with our grade book so that teachers aren't entering grades in both systems. And they finally figured out a way to create that patch. So that will happen for teachers. So all those sorts of decisions take time. And so those were decisions that were made earlier. One of the things that we did is we worked with the consortium of districts to look at what programs were out there and make a decision based on things like looking for a program that was really somewhat self-contained, a program designed for online learning, which looks, again, because that looks different than our hybrid model, a program that was robust in the number of courses that were taught. So more than just a reading and math sort of curriculum. The other thing that we looked at was some programs are designed really more for credit recovery, and others are designed more for an educational experience for the year. There's also components of materials that are on grade level, above grade level, and also intervention materials, and making sure that those pieces were in place as well. And we worked with some larger districts in our state, meeting with Salem and Hillsborough and Portland Public and Beaverton to think about what programs are out there, what was available. It's in some ways, we run into the same thing here that we run into when we think about our DLI program and the materials that we have available to us. And sometimes we have to alter and modify those to better meet the needs of our students. And so those are considerations as well. So understanding that and knowing that there are some gaps, we know that we need to continue to work to fill. That's where we're at right now. So those were all components of trying to decide what option would work for the upcoming school year. And then the other piece of that is that this is a program that we're thinking about for this school year. When we can bring all students back to school, we want to, we want our kids to be in school, obviously, and we don't necessarily want to have a separate online school or program that way. We want to get kids back to us. So that's the other reason why we need to look at the materials and the curriculum built into those programs, because we want kids to be able to smoothly transition back, both academically, socially, and emotionally, and all those other pieces of who our kids are. So that's the other component of that.
That's great. And yeah, thanks for that response. And it's good to hear that we didn't go it alone, that there are many districts that are going down this path as well, and that we can continue to learn together and improve curriculum. So thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, so and examples of that are with Apex. We know that David Douglas will be using that as sort of their core curricular offering. With Florida Virtual, Tiger Tualatin will be using that. Salem Kaiser will be using that. Beaverton will be using it, and Redmond. So, and then I'm sure some others. So I think that what we're finding is that there are a number of districts all moving into this format for the first time, and learning alongside one another is really kind of goes back to the example I gave earlier about when you're in a crisis and you're the only community in the crisis. It feels a lot different than you're in a state and everybody's trying to figure it out together and willing to cooperate and work with one another to get to answers. That's really how this has felt. This is actually, there's a few things I'm going to take away from this and continue to do. One of them is I've been doing live chats, superintendent live chats, and answering questions and sharing information with staff. And we've had between probably about 350 people in most of those live chats. And that's something I'm going to continue to do even when we're back face to face, because it is a really helpful thing for questions to get answered and me to be able to interact with staff. So I'm going to continue that. The other thing is that the relationships I've been building with other school districts and superintendents is far richer than it's been, because we are texting each other late at night, asking each other questions, trying to figure this out together and learn from one another. And so it's a pretty unique aspect of a crisis. And I really, and so it's been helpful.
That is great.
Great question. So next up is Sarah, and then Tina. Sorry, you're up next.
Yeah, thanks. Vince, you asked one of my questions, so check that one off. And I want to apologize. I did just turn off my camera. I'm calling in from my brother-in-law's cabin in Central Washington, and my family just all arrived back from swimming in a lake. So it got a lot busier in the room I'm sitting in. My question that has not yet been answered was, how are we going to handle secondary school courses that build on each other, math classes and language classes, where taking a class for half the year and then being away from that subject for half a year, you could create gaps in student learning and retention?
So two things I'd say about that. The first is that our high school has used that model before. So as you think about it and you think about teaching and learning, some of our teachers at the high school levels are familiar with that model because they did it in the past. With so many of these decisions that we're making, there's not a perfect decision. There are good decisions, and that's about as far as we get. And so we know that by having 4 classes by semester, that there is going to be, that when kids come back to those classes, that we're going to have to really do assessment for learning, not necessarily of learning, but for learning, to understand where kids are, what those gaps are, and how to fill them. So we had these conversations even when we thought we were coming back in the fall, about just spring, and how we knew we were going to have to make sure there was time to check for understanding, make sure if there were gaps, we would fill them as we continued, before we move forward. And I think that's going to be the same case here. We are in a pandemic, and we're continuing to start the school year learning remotely, and that comes with challenges. At the same time, to have students taking 8 classes online at the same time seems overwhelming to me. And I think that based on that, the better decision is for us to split it into 4 and 4, rather than to try to do 8 all year long.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. Up next is Tina, and then Lou.
I've just been hearing feedback from families who feel it's just unclear for if they choose Corvallis online, if they have access to school counselors, and if they do the counselors initiate contact, or the families have to initiate the first contact?
Oh, sorry.
Thanks, Tina. So we are having conversations about that right now, the best way to move forward with that. One of the things, I was having a conversation with Sabrina Alexander in Student Services today, thinking about what are those components of that we need to make sure are part of Corvallis Online around that social and emotional piece. So we will have additional information for families around that in the near future. At the same time, what I would say is we recognize that it is a need for our students. And also understanding that some of our students will choose Corvallis Online because of some barriers potentially, or some illnesses or some other pieces that prohibit them or prevent them from coming into the school. And so we want to keep that in mind as well. So those are conversations we're still having. I don't have a definitive, the school will reach out to you or you should reach out to the school. But what I will say is in that model of the teacher checking in with students, if they're not checking in, if they're not accomplishing tasks, those teachers will be checking in with students and seeing what's going on. So that's one way I know we're planning to connect. And the other way is I think that for families that have accessed those resources in the past, reaching out makes a lot of sense because that relationship is there. What I worry about is families that haven't necessarily needed that service in the past, and how do we initiate it? And so that's the piece I want to get more clarity around.
Thank you. Next up is Lou.
Thanks for the updates, Ryan. One of the things I like that you talked about was how you're learning on some things to take beyond the pandemic to help with communication and bringing in families, like the community chat. So that's great that you're thinking ahead beyond to like what's working well and lessons to learn from there. I had a couple of really specific questions about the Florida virtual school and how the new social studies curriculum and Senate Bill 13 materials is going to be applied to that system, since those are like, it's new to the district and Senate Bill 13 specific to Oregon. And if you can reemphasize how Spanish is going to be offered. I know there's been a lot of questions about the Spanish component, like how that's going to work for families doing Corvallis Online, and also how that's going to work for students at College Hill, if there's not an online option for them. So those are just like some really specific questions about the online components I had.
Thank you. So the first question about the social studies curriculum piece is a piece that I'm going to have to get back to you on. I don't have a specific answer for that one yet. That's a great question and something that I need to have in mind, and I will make sure to get some information to you on that. The second question was about, the third question is about College Hill. So can you repeat the second one?
Specifically about Spanish. I know that's a concern for some families about that are doing the Corvallis Online, like how they're going to access Spanish.
So there's a couple pieces of that I think are important to share. One is that we're encouraging families who can utilize the hybrid for our students in our DI program because of the interaction that's going to take place over time with teachers, and it's more difficult to pull that off and do that well in a online format. So that's one piece of that. So that's our encouragement. The second piece is that we know that there are kids that's not going to work for. And so we've looked at what does that mean for some of our high school students that are close to earning their seal of biliteracy. And so there's conversations happening at the high school about that, and reaching out specifically to kids to think about, are there other ways that they can show mastery of that work and of the language? And are there other ways that we can provide support to students who are continuing to acquire richer Spanish language acquisition? So there's that piece is we're working on. We've also made some decisions about, regardless, we're in a pandemic, and we don't want decisions that we're making right now to limit students' opportunities in the future. So if there's a reason why a student needs to not participate in DI next school year, that won't preclude them or prohibit them from being in DI in the future. and understanding that if that's the case, what sorts of supports do we need to provide for students to gain those skills? And then also, I think that, our DI program was designed specifically to support our emerging bilingual students. And so we also are anticipating that we will have staff reaching out to those families to talk about the options for the year, and also to look at what are some supports that may be needed for you specifically as a family to continue that learning. So there's a personal component that we're also putting into place. I know our elementary principals were talking about that yesterday, about how they were going to make sure to reach out to those families and share information with them in their primary or their first language. So those are all pieces that we're working on. The other thing I'd say is that there is on the FAQ now, there is a separate section for DI. And so encouraging families to look at that as we move forward. The final piece I'd say is that our DI teachers and principals, we recognize that there is some additional need of time to put materials together in some of those pieces. And so we're accounting for that in our August time, and also in our return to school time. So recognizing that that is a lift for those teachers who are teaching in a second language, and how does that impact their time and their ability to make those connections with the students as well. So those are all considerations that that staff have right now.
Well, thanks. And then the online part for not being an option for College Hill.
Yeah, so that is another area that I need to get some clarification for you around the conversations about College Hill and some of the successes they've had that we've taken and are thinking about in other areas have been things like they had people, individual staff members who are reaching out to students and kind of being a coach on the side, helping them to finish up classes last spring. So some of those things that work really well about the personalization. But in terms of the curriculum piece, let me get back to you with specifics on that.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yep. I do appreciate these questions because they do bring up new questions for me, because this is so dynamic and there's so many aspects that we're trying to change all at once. So thanks.
Great question. Up, I have Sarah, if you have a follow-up questions or more questions, and then Jay.
No, I'm sorry. My questions have actually been asked by other board members.
Did I get? I think, okay. Jay, you're up next.
So another little basic question. If my student in my family starts on the online program, I tried to find in FAQs, will she not be able at the 6 weeks time or the quarter time or the semester time be able to switch and go to hybrid? Can you explain? And I'm thinking about costs because you have to budget for how many people are in which department, but can you give me some pictures of what's the flexibility or not there?
So the decision we made there has been that at the semester, you could reach out to your school administrator, who will then be reaching out to that coordinator, either Byron or Mark Henderson at the secondary level, and together making a decision about the transition. One of the things that we are trying to avoid is that what we are sometimes our experience has been that kids go to an online school sometimes in the middle of a semester, and then they come back to us and they haven't acquired credit, which has put them behind, or they have left for a short period of time and they come back and then they're behind in the instruction, or not kind of in the same spot in instruction. And so we're really trying to limit the number of transitions, because too many are not good for students and learning. At the same time, recognizing that there are factors that come into play and trying to come up with a way to account for that. And so bringing both principals into that conversation is going to be really important, because the other considerations that you didn't list, one of them is cohorting. So if kids are back in school and we're adding kids to cohorts, how does that work and how does that look? Also, things like transportation. Again, knowing that we can have a maximum of 20 kids on a bus once we get back to in person. So there's a lot of, so this year the implications are far deeper and richer than they have been in the past for those decisions. And so we need to make sure that there's a lot of conversation going on between those two administrators. But it's also, what I'd say is that it's not far different from what we've done in the past when we've had students transitioning between the two high schools for one reason or another. It's been the conversation between the principals that have supported that decision.
I just think what you're saying is it would behoove us to put in bold, this really matters when you decide whether you're going to go online or hybrid, because it will be difficult. I'm paraphrasing, it will be difficult to make a change short of the semester. So please give it some serious thought and attention. Is that a fair statement?
My sense from what I'm hearing from families is that they are giving it a lot of attention and trying to make the best decisions for their kids. So yeah, I agree with you that it's something that is on the, it's on all parents' minds. It's on my mind as a dad as well, right? Because these are challenges. And then by, in some ways, by starting the hybrid in remote learning for 6 weeks, then it becomes confusing, right? It's like, well, aren't they both going to be the same? Well, not really. And that's why we put together this comparator or T-chart, just to be able to explain that in more detail. Again, I think the benefit of the Corvallis online model that's different than other online models is that it's with our teachers, even though it may not be a teacher that you're accustomed to, but they also know our community and our culture. At the same time, the benefits of the hybrid are that there is more synchronous learning, so more face-to-face time with an instructor in each of the courses. And so that makes sense for students who need that as well. So again, we are trying to provide multiple options in the midst of a pandemic, and our staff is working really hard to do that and provide as much clarity as possible. At the same time, I recognize that that these are tough decisions for families, and the disappointment that comes with a number of decisions about not being able to return to school in September and not being able to participate in extracurriculars and some of those pieces. Yeah, it takes a toll, and it's difficult.
I think we're out of time, but I'll one question quickly. We've been receiving so many input and questions from community members, and really thoughtful questions, just like what we heard from board members. And we pass it on to staff so they can include it in frequently asked questions. And my question would be, we would encourage community members to go to the frequently asked questions. And if they have further questions, where they should send them.
I'd say that there's a couple of different areas right now. The contact us information comes to me as the superintendent. Our principals are back in their schools. And so if it's a question related to that individual school, our principals and office staff are available now. We're trying to continue to further refine and develop the information that we're providing. And so either format or channel helps us to know what additional questions are out there, and it helps to get questions answered for families. We are receiving a lot of email though. And so there is a component of just getting back to all those emails and still moving this process forward. And so that is, that's a challenge for all of us right now, trying to make sure that the information is clear and concise, getting feedback, providing feedback, and at the same time continuing to make the decisions that we need to make over the next 5 weeks. One of the things I would say that's been helpful is making the decision to start in remote learning for the first 6 weeks, because it's allowed us to really focus on delivery of instruction, maintaining care and connection with students, and how do we do that in this format, rather than spending the next 6 weeks sort of trying to balance those discussions with getting kids on buses and masks and safety protocols and hand washing protocols and providing lunch protocols. I mean, so we've really, by making a decision, it's allowed us to take a step forward. And I think that has been helpful as an organization trying to support the kids in the community.
Thank you. Really appreciate it, and really phenomenal work of the district working throughout the summer to make sure we can have as much certainty as we could get out of this difficult situation. We're making our public education system more resilient as we go. And really thank you for the families as they let us see any blind spots that we haven't seen, and we're going to fill them up one step at a time. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks a lot for the report, and for those who are watching the report, I believe will be uploaded with the material.
The information I shared, it's actually going out to families this afternoon or evening via email.
Okay.
So they should have that, and it has links to those frequently asked question pages.
Nice. So families will be receiving information via email with all of this information that was presented today. Thank you, Ryan. Next item on the agenda is the public comments, and this is the time for those who signed up for public comments to keep an ear close to their computer or phone, however they're signed up. Just to give the community members an idea of public comments, during business meetings, we open the opportunity for public comments from the public, and they are available for sign up. The deadline was by noon today to sign up to provide public comments. And we have participants who will be providing their testimonies for 3 minutes waiting. So I'll be calling on you, and I've been asked to give the instructions to each one of us who will provide the comments at a time. But for expediency, I'll say as soon as I call your name, mention your name and tell me I heard the instructions. So I'm not going to read it again, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak. So the instructions is as follows. Speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. Complaints shall be handled in accordance with board policy KL, which is available online. The board chair has the right to terminate a speaker's privilege of address if, after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. I will alert you when you have 30 seconds left, and when your time is up. And usually I would say you will hear something of like this for the 30 seconds timer, and then double for the end of your time. And make sure you can conclude your remarks within 3 minutes. Following your comments, the board will have up to 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions. And I'll ask the public speakers to stay on the line until I thank them and say there's no further questions, and for board members to use the raise hand tool at any time, so I know that there are some questions for whoever providing testimony by the end of their testimony. So with that, who's our first speaker? Catherine McIntosh. welcome, and please state your name and let me know if you heard the instructions. Catherine, do you hear me?
Yes, I do. Hi.
Hi, have you heard the instructions?
No.
All right, so speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations and programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning individual district personnel. Complaints shall be handled in accordance with board policy KL, which is available online. The chair has the right to terminate a speaker's privilege of address if after being called to order, the speaker persists in improper conduct. You will have 3 minutes to make your comments. I will alert you when you have 30 seconds left when your time is up. Following your comments, the board will have 3 minutes to ask clarifying questions. And I'll give you a notice as a signal when there's 30 more seconds to conclude your remarks. And if you have the YouTube open, I would advise to mute that one so we can hear you clearly. With that, the timer will start as soon as you are ready to speak.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. Thank you for hearing my testimony about dual language, and thank you to the school board for their commitment to dual language for nearly 2 decades. I have 2 high schoolers in dual language at CHS in 10th and 12th grades. I am also a type 1 diabetic, and I have been for 35 years. I'm in a very high risk category in terms of COVID, so my family is trying very hard to protect me. I am an associate professor of education at OSU in bilingual education and language equity, and I study schools engagement with multilingual families, including during COVID. I'm faculty in a PhD program on language equity and education policy, and several school personnel are enrolled. So equity is at the forefront of my work. I am glad that the district recently has had some updates about dual language, but the question of dual language needs to be prioritized. Families should not have to choose between schooling from home and the dual language program. And equity means that we look beyond a one size or two size fits all model. The district's 2-choice plan, online or hybrid remote, feels rigid, and parents don't know when or how their kids can move between models. To my knowledge, we did not receive communication about dual language plans for this fall prior to today. Equity requires that we meet the needs of subgroups of students who each have different needs. High schoolers' needs are not the same as kindergartners, so perhaps the rigid 2-option model needs to be more flexible and specified for different groups in order to have equity. An equity lens also means that we look at health equity. Latinx, Black, and Indigenous communities have higher rates of diabetes, obesity, and other chronic conditions, and are more likely to have inadequate medical care or insurance. They're more likely to experience severe consequences of COVID if their children were to bring it home to the family. Severe health consequences would make vulnerable populations even more vulnerable. My kids, as probably many dual language kids do, feel like they've been asked to make an impossible decision, even institutional betrayal, because they've committed over a decade of their lives to dual language. And now they've been asked to decide between keeping their family at home and safe and continuing in the dual language program. It is not equitable that students aren't allowed to stay home to keep their family safe and stay enrolled in dual language. And for high schoolers, there are important consequences like credit towards graduation, biliteracy seal, and AP exams. My daughter's a senior and working towards biliteracy seal and working on her dual language portfolio. My son needs the high school language and social studies credits through dual language and Spanish coursework to make progress towards AP exams and graduation. I encourage the district to keep dual language as a priority this year to honor families and children's investments. I hope the district will make remote instruction available to all students for longer than just the 6 weeks and throughout COVID, so that dual language, in addition to the math and the language arts and the rest of their instruction, can be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. I appreciate your inputs. And seeing there's no questions for board members, I want to appreciate you for providing your input. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is? Okay. Christina Schmader. Christina, are you, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you
now
hear
I,
me now?
Yeah,
Okay.
now I can hear you. Hi, Christina. And have you heard the instructions for public comments?
I have. Thank you for asking.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. So your time starts for 3 minutes as soon as you're ready to speak.
Thank you. My name is Krista Keim-Schmieder, and I use she, her pronouns, and I'm white. I am a teacher at PHS and a parent of 2 kids in the DLI program. Go Lions! Those who know me will be surprised that I'm sticking to a script. I get emotional and sometimes sarcastic when I'm fired up, and I don't want my passive-aggressive sarcasm to accidentally take away from the main point. I want to simultaneously thank and apologize to Sammy Alabdreba and Lou Whitebear, as well as our staff, students, and parents of color, and the parents of children of color, for having to read and listen to an excessive amount of microaggressive and flat-out racist things said or posted after last week's board meeting. To our white board members and staff that are aware of their power and privilege and work every day to increase their anti-racist actions, we need to stand by our friends, families, and communities of color as we navigate this public conversation, specifically in regards to renaming the schools. We all have a lot of work to do, especially on ourselves. We all have emotional bank accounts, and when you're in the green in business, you're making profit. When you're in the black, it's about break even, and when you're in the red, you don't even have enough money or emotional credit to operate. In these relationship accounts, we all make deposits with our friends, family, and coworkers by our words and actions. When we screw up, we make withdrawals. Sometimes our relationships are so strong that folks will allow us to overdraft on our accounts when we screw up really, really bad. White folks, we might have an African American or Black friend. We probably have the same ones because there's not a ton in Corvallis. Sorry, sarcasm again. Individually, your account is probably in the green. However, white folks as a whole have been running an extremely negative balance for a long, long time. We are so in the red that the idea of having a functional, fair way for communities of color to have an equal voice in the conversation is not an operational reality. We have to do something that might seem drastic or untimely to our fragile white selves. My dad took us to Monticello and adored Jefferson's contributions to our country, so please understand the context with which I say this. In the same way, I deeply believe that an enslaved African-American woman could not truly consent to being impregnated 6 times by a man who owned her and her family. I don't believe we have set up the playing field in a way that people of color or underserved or low SES families in our community can feel equal in the conversation or feel invited to the table. We didn't listen to many folks in these groups when Southtown begged for lower speed limits and better crosswalk identification until after something drastic had happened. I think removing the names and going by Huskies Elementary, Jaguar Elementary, and Wildcat Elementary while we establish trust, shared agreements, and fierce conversations is a wonderful way to get less in the red on our accounts. If by some chance we establish a process and decide one or more former names can go back up because it matches our goals and criteria, I will feel better than waiting to see if something drastic happens. I hope it passes. If it's unanimous, that's great. And if it's not, but it passes, I think it will accurately reflect where Corvallis is on its journey towards racial justice.
Thank you very much, Krista. Appreciate your input. And seeing, is there any questions from board members? Seeing there is no further questions, we appreciate your input. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Eric Beasley.
Our next speaker is Eric Beasley. Welcome, and have you heard the instructions for public comments?
Yes, I did hear them, Sammy. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Eric. And your time starts for 3 minutes as soon as you're ready to speak.
Thank you, Corvallis School Board, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. It's important for me to acknowledge that my perspective comes as a white male, former elementary teacher, Corvallis dad of 3 daughters, and I currently serve as a principal of Woodrow Wilson Elementary School, which I am focusing on in these remarks. I want to start by thanking each of you for your care for all students, particularly those who most need your passionate lens, voice, and leadership for equity. As articulated in the resolution presented last week, we must continually work on all aspects of our system. I'm thankful to serve in our district, committed to equity, leading collaborative proclamations, forging equity policy, training, and culturally relevant teaching practices. With my limited time, I want to unequivocally voice my individual support for the resolution for the elementary schools. President Woodrow Wilson's racist belief and segregation policies make him an inappropriate namesake for a school that is pursuing equity and inclusion of all children. I also wholeheartedly believe that this is not historical erasure and that the actions of past presidents, right or wrong, including Woodrow Wilson, should be studied and help us better address issues that face our community today and heal and restore moving forward. In listening to your meeting last week, I clearly heard a shared desire to have all students in our school feel inspired by a namesake. I support the vision that we incorporate the namesake into the design of our major bond building renovation to be completed in 2022 and in our curriculum in a developmentally appropriate manner. In terms of timing for Wilson, I do want to share that dialogue has happened on our school's equity team and most recently as part of our school's design advisory committee that included parents, staff, a student, and community. Understandably, there are two parts to this: a decision whether to change the name, and if yes, a process to determine a new name that includes diverse representation. I asked the board to avoid potential harm to my underserved and underrepresented students and families by drawing out the first part about President Wilson's. It is well documented that Woodrow Wilson did not believe in the equal dignity and inclusion of all people, which is a cornerstone of our school's vision statement that prioritizes togetherness. In this challenging season of the pandemic, I also know that many of our students have and continue to experience loss. For many children, families, the staff, the name Wilson represents a place and people who have shown care and support, completely separate from the beliefs of Woodrow Wilson. I acknowledge this discomfort and trust with understanding of the vision we hold, why a new namesake is necessary, and also a special opportunity. One wonderful aspect to our school is the tradition of servanthood from the nearby community. There may be no better example than the beloved Wildcat Community Park. If the resolution is passed, I would propose that in the interim, our mascot of Wildcats be the temporary namesake, Wildcat Elementary School. Since I've lived in Corvallis, our school name has kind of unofficially always been the School by Wildcat Park. So that would be, I think, a bridge for our students who left us in March, and we are excited to welcome back. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak and your service to our students and community.
Thank you very much, Eric, for your input. Seeing there's no questions from board members, I want to thank you for your inputs and have a wonderful night.
Thank you, you too.
And our next speaker is? Our next speaker is Erica Koenig, and I apologize if I did not pronounce your last name correctly. Question, could you introduce yourself and if you have heard the instructions?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Erica Koenig, and yes, I did hear the instructions.
Thank you.
Quite frankly, my comments pale in comparison to the last two speakers on the topics that I wish to speak about. I fully recognize that there are families with a long history of attending the schools, and so renaming things can be difficult. I am kind of partial personally to not naming things after people because people aren't perfect and someone will always have something to complain about them. So generally, I would like to encourage movement on renaming the schools and looking at other school names besides the ones that are listed on the proposal. And that kind of sums up my comments in seconding and thirding the comments of the two speakers prior to me.
Thank you very much, Erica, for your inputs. And seeing there's no further question or no questions from board members, I want to thank you for your inputs and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is?
Nicole Hoffman.
Our next speaker is Nicole Hoffman. Can you hear me and have you heard the instructions?
I can hear you, and I did hear the instructions, and I would ask that my daughter Ruby go first before I do, if that's okay.
Absolutely. And just to note, Ruby and Nicole are signed up for public comments. So absolutely. Ruby, you have 3 minutes to speak whenever you're ready.
My name is Ruby Hoffman. I'm a 5th grader at Wilson Elementary School. I am one of the few Black students at Wilson. I do not like the name Woodrow Wilson because Woodrow Wilson was racist and unfair. Changing the school name would be different, but I don't want a school named after a racist president. It doesn't make people feel safe or welcome. I know Wilson is trying to be as welcome as possible. Once I learned about Woodrow Wilson's racist past, I was unsure and nervous. A name should be about somebody we can study and want to learn about. I think we could have a Black person as our school name. A Black person would make me feel more secure and safe in our community. I don't want to exclude white people, but it's nice to have a change. There isn't many schools I know of that have a Black person as their name. The name of our school should be someone who is generous and helpful, like Harriet Tubman or Rosa Parks. They help people to be free. It could also be an author or poet like Maya Angelou. It could be a scientist like George Washington Carver or a pilot like Bessie Coleman. These people are not perfect, but they're inspiring. Some things are an accident. Some things we say can be mean or disrespectful. Woodrow Wilson chose to be racist and mean. It was not an accident. A person of color might not want to go to Wilson because they know about that Woodrow Wilson was racist. Woodrow Wilson is a welcoming school, but people might know that because of the name. Changing the name would make Black people proud of where they get their education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruby, for your input. Do we have any questions from board members? See none. I want to just say thank you for your input. We really appreciate students' input when they speak to the board, and it's very valuable for us because that's why we're all here. Thank you, Ruby. Appreciate it. Nicole, you're up next.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Nicole Hoffman, and I come here as a voice from the perspective of a parent. I am also the school counselor at Wilson Elementary School. I have a 26-year-old who graduated from Crescent Valley, a 15-year-old, 13, and a 10-year-old. Thank you to Vincent Adams and the Corvallis School Board for talking about this important topic. These are really hard things. My family and our school equity team at Wilson have been having this conversation for a few years. I heard last week that maybe this process is happening too fast. Maybe this feels fast for some because many of you have not spent time and energy thinking and feeling about this. For me and my family, this has been on our minds for years. As a white mom to 2 Black children and 2 white children, and as a school counselor serving all students, I have thought and worried and wondered and talked about this. I have felt sad and angry that my daughter goes to a school every day at a school whose namesake would have fought against her education. I feel uncomfortable to teach the namesake of our school to our students due to the lack of inspiration Woodrow Wilson provides. A school's name should inspire students to be their best selves. A school's name should allow students to feel excited about their future and proud of their past. As a white person, I did not think twice growing up about building names. They represented my country as I knew it, and they were held by people who shared the color of my skin. This is my white privilege and a system of white supremacy that we have now opened our eyes to, and I only wish my eyes were open sooner. I'm not looking for a school name who represents a perfect person. I am looking for a school name to represent more than a white narrative that I have grown up with. I'm looking for a school name who can inspire our students of color as well as our white students. I would love my daughter to walk into her school and take pride in knowing that she is wanted, she is seen, and she is heard. I would also love my daughters and our students of color to see their white community members elevate their voices and elevate the voice of the global majority who came before them. We will not cancel the lives and contributions of these white men. Our country does not easily forget white, powerful men. We will elevate the voices of those who have been forgotten, those who have felt canceled and unseen, and again, those of the global majority. As we look to rename our schools, it is imperative that we choose people who do not tell the story of me and my white skin. It is imperative that we choose people who represent those who have been forgotten, canceled, and unseen. It's imperative that we choose someone who inspires and displays character traits that we want to honor and learn about. thank you for your time and for this important conversation. I want you to know again that this may be a new conversation for you personally and for this group, but this is not a new conversation for many in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. And seeing there's no questions, I want to thank you and appreciate your input and Ruby's input. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is? Our next speaker is Martin Storsdick. Can you hear me and have you heard the instructions?
Testify.
Wonderful. Martin, sorry, I couldn't hear the first part. Can you hear me?
I can hear you and I've heard the instructions.
Wonderful.
So I'm happy to start my comments.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and a privilege to speak to you, the board and the superintendent. And I'm, after hearing what we've just heard, these eloquent testimonies before, mine will now change. I am enthusiastically in favor of the renaming as a parent of a 10-year-old who is going to Thomas Jefferson right now. I think this is an important process, and previous speakers have given wonderful explanations on why the renaming is important. I don't want to repeat them since time is of an essence. I'm myself not a citizen of this country. I'm a resident and a permanent resident, but I've certainly, as a member of this community, learned a lot about great names like Woodrow Wilson and Thomas Jefferson, and I think many of us have cherished them for their contributions and not have heard much, oftentimes, of the dark side of them. I think when it comes to naming schools, we really do have to consider how students feel when they enter the building and what it represents to them. And even if there's only one child who feels not belonging because the name of the school represents something that is counter to their beliefs, I think it is worth changing the name. So I'm strongly in support of that. And having said that, I encourage us to use the process of finding a new name as a public engagement, as a deep public engagement process, not a public engagement process in name only. This is a great opportunity for learning, for healing, for discussion, for debate, for consensus, for also understanding what others might think about this and appreciate their perspective. But I believe that's something that is so profound and goes so much to the heart of what we believe in. How we name things, how we identify, and how we create our own belonging to our own community really requires a deep engagement process. And I encourage the board to do that. I know that the resolution has a process laid out, but I think there's much to do and more than is written in there that is required to really make this a process of healing. On a little side note, unless we want to be known as Prince fans, where it's the elementary school formerly known as Thomas Jefferson, an immediate stripping of names would lead to a roller coaster. I'm not quite sure, I don't have a recommendation, but I would strongly encourage us to think about what it means to have in the interim no name and make that a holistic process that doesn't necessarily feel to people like they're being jotted around. But with that, I just want to say I strongly support this, and I know that everybody in my filter bubble and echo chamber does the same. I speak only for myself, but I've heard from all my friends and all my colleagues the similar sentiment, and I thank you for listening to me. Good night.
Thank you very much, Martin. And seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for your input and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Now our next speaker is?
Ruby McQueen.
Our next speaker is Ruby McQueen. Ruby, can you hear me?
My name is Ruby McQueen and I heard the instructions.
All right. Yeah, feel free to start your comments whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I am Ruby McQueen, a 13-year-old who goes to Linus Pauling. However, I went to elementary school at Jefferson, and that is one of the reasons why I believe that we need to rename Jefferson Elementary. I remember liking the name, but not actually knowing what it meant. I figured it was named after Thomas Jefferson to honor him because he was the president of the US. But then I got older and I read Stamped, Racism, Anti-Racism, and You by Jason Reynolds and Ibram X. Kendi. Stamped really opened my eyes to the history of racism, and it dedicated several chapters to Thomas Jefferson. I learned some shocking things from that book, and it really made me wonder why we want elementary schools to be named after a man who had children with a 14-year-old girl. Think about that. We're talking about someone my age, someone 1 year older than me. To me, that just feels wrong. I mean, he was around my dad's age when he did that. I'm sure that girl, Sally, hated Jefferson. I mean, he owned her. He made her work and treated her like she wasn't human. At our elementary schools, we want our kids to be growing up in a safe, inclusive space where every child can grow to their fullest potential. I mean, I have a pajama shirt that says Safe and Inclusive Jefferson Staff from my mom's old staff shirt. I know that these are our values, and we want to make sure that the students know that. So naming the school after someone who believed Black people were inferior and were a toy to do things to is just wrong. We want Black students to love their school and feel like they belong, just like the white students. I mean, school spirit, y'all. I don't want to chant Jefferson's name in a school cheer, and I want to feel proud when I say, oh yeah, I went to Jefferson. It's great. I mean, Jefferson is a great school, so let's give it a great name. So thank you for letting me speak, and have a good evening.
Ruby, I want to thank you for your input, and I really appreciate it. And seeing there is no comments, I want to reiterate our appreciation for student voice on the boardroom or during board meetings, and have a wonderful evening. Thank you for your input.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Our next speaker is? Our next speaker is Scott Newsham. Scott, welcome. Have you heard the instructions? And if you have, feel free to start whenever you're ready. Scott Newsham, can you hear me? Do we have Scott? All right. Scott Newsham, if you cannot hear me, we'll go to the next speaker. Ethan Liu. Ethan, can you hear me? And if you can hear me, please let me know if you heard the instructions, and feel free to start immediately afterwards. He's not muted. I'll mute him.
And
hi, Ethan.
yeah, I
sorry.
can hear you.
Have you heard the instructions?
Yes, I've heard the instructions. I would like to bring up, though, I am blind, so I have no vision. And when I read or present speeches, usually it takes me a little longer to read from my computer. And when I take tests at university as well, I usually have around double time. Would it be fine if you extended the time a little bit for me, just so that I could more comfortably read?
Absolutely. Take as much time as you need. So you're accommodated for the time that you need to read your testimony, and take your time.
Fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, then, without further ado, hello to everyone. My name is Ethan Liu, and I'm currently a senior studying psychology at Oregon State University. I attended Hoover myself from 2005 to 2011. And with all the racial furor over tensions in this country, things are bound to flare up and explode at some point. I guess this resolution is just an example of that. This resolution, well, it calls to quickly change the names of 3 elementary schools, and originally, I might add, without public input. Now, we live in a great democracy like ours. We live in a great democracy where everyone should be heard and listened to. Otherwise, we couldn't very well call ourselves a nation where everyone mattered. With that, let me explain why I oppose the renaming of our schools. In the resolution to strip our schools of the names of Jefferson, Hoover, and Wilson, we are presented with the reasoning that we will be protecting our children from these names and people by choosing to block them out and not celebrate them. However, let me state that this resolution was actually brought about by the Princeton University's decision to strip Woodrow Wilson's name from several buildings on campus. However, just because one university chooses to enact a change doesn't mean that we should automatically jump to the conclusion that we should do the same thing. In fact, Yale University was under pressure to change their name due to negative connotations with the name of Yale. However, they chose to stick to their guns and they did not change their name. Furthermore, the resolution reasons that by stripping these schools of their names, we are protecting these children by blocking these people out of view. This would still be completely ignoring the fact that the Hoover Dam still exists, that the Woodrow Wilson Monument stands as testimony to the mark that Woodrow Wilson left on this country, and that Thomas Jefferson's face is still plastered on the $2 bill. In fact, some of our most important memorials, like the oldest building in the Library of Congress, are named after Thomas Jefferson, and the University of Virginia was founded and developed by Thomas Jefferson. What purpose does it serve trying to blind our children to these names when they will inevitably be exposed to them at some point? Even if we were to say that these names just had to go, imagine the effects that these sudden changes could have on our children. We could just say, oh, they'll get used to it. But I'm telling you that as a psychologist studying at Oregon State University, newsflash, they will not get used to it. They will not like it. And it is likely that they will suffer mental retardation because of it. You see, children of elementary school age are different from adults, and we can't treat them as miniature versions of ourselves. When renowned child psychologist Jean Piaget announced that children are developmentally and mentally different from adults, Albert Einstein stated that only a genius could have decided and come up with something so simple. According to modern theories of child development and psychology, especially those espoused by renowned child psychologist Michael Rudder, children experience a lot of developmental change and growth during their elementary school years. This phenomenon is called plasticity. Rudder was able to show that environmental chaos, like those at school and home, was able to massively change the way these children developed. It harmed them greatly, and at times could even cause such changes to child plasticity that these children would be permanently altered for the rest of their life, would become emotionally unstable, would be unable to interact with people reasonably. By pulling the environmental rug of stability from beneath the feet of our children, how can we say that we are protecting our children? How can we justify stealing from our children the chance to not only learn from the good that our past leaders have done, but also the bad? They've done both. By being too afraid to even let our children come into contact with a single bacterium or fear that they'll contract a disease, we blind them to the history that they'll inevitably have to deal with. Finally, if we were to accept the logic of this resolution, we would have to consider issues far, far more vast than just the renaming of a few schools. As a child, a colored Asian child in Hoover, every Monday I would stand and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, hand over my heart, looking towards the flag. In fact, today, in this modern world, people still rise as crowds and repeat together the Pledge of Allegiance to show their honor, to show their love for our country. I bet you didn't realize, though, that the Pledge of Allegiance was rooted in racism. It was developed in 1892 by white Protestants to suppress and exclude minorities, people of color, people that needed to be heard. Today, we don't say the Pledge of Allegiance with racism in our hearts. We don't say this to exclude people like me, a blind colored student. However, shouldn't we show the very same way? Shouldn't we show that very same respect when we chant the Pledge of Allegiance? Shouldn't we show that same respect we have for our country, for our past, for our history, for our historical leaders, by keeping their names on our schools? No person is wholly good. Let me be the first to say that I have done lots of bad in my life. However, there's also so much good that I am proud of. I've learned from my mistakes and built upon the good, and with that, I've become the person that I am today. In that same way, please, afford our children the same opportunities to learn and grow, the same chances to gaze upon the past and learn from not only the good, but also the bad that our leaders have committed. Through that, our children will grow up to become better people, even if it's through something just as simple as keeping a few names. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I want to say thank you very much for your inputs, and seeing there's no questions from board members, I want to thank you for your inputs and say have a wonderful evening. Our next speaker is, thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Garcia. Sarah, welcome, and have you heard the instructions? And if you have, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Yes, hello, I've heard the instructions.
Wonderful. So welcome, and you have 3 minutes as soon as you start.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sarah Garcia, and my Black Chicana Indigenous daughter has attended Hoover Elementary for the past 2 years and is set to start 2nd grade there in the fall. 2 years ago, when it came time to enroll my daughter at Hoover, my biggest hesitation, despite Hoover's stellar school rating, was enrolling her in a school named after a president who publicly scapegoated the Mexican community, supported the mass deportations of over 1 million Mexican and Mexican American people in the 1930s, including her great-great-grandparents, and was openly racist toward Black people in purging them from leadership positions within his political party, among other actions. For students of color, having to attend schools that commemorate people who used their power of office to support the enslavement, genocide, and oppression of their communities and their ancestors does not produce a welcoming or equal learning environment. Rather, it is a continuation of these presidents' violent, racist legacies and a daily reminder of how this country has not honored them or their ancestors' humanity and contributions to community. I express my strong support for this resolution to rename Jefferson, Hoover, and Wilson Elementary, and put action behind the district's commitment to anti-racism and inclusivity. To those who wrote this resolution, including Dr. Lahui Whitebear, thank you for your work to make my daughter's learning environment safe and welcoming. To community members who do not support this resolution because of concerns over race and history, I ask you to consider whose history has been commemorated and celebrated through these school names and whose has been erased. Who should we teach our children to celebrate? Should it be people who caused and contributed to the harm of others based solely on their race or ethnicity, and whose racist legacies still impact people of color and their communities to this day? Do we want our district to continue celebrating these legacies? My answer is a strong, loud no. We can do better, we should do better, and we need to do better. I urge each school board member to support this resolution, and by doing so, support the students of color in the Corvallis School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate your input, and seeing there's no questions from board members, I want to thank you for your input and wish you a wonderful night.
Thank you. Goodbye.
You're welcome. Who's next?
Reverend Matt, either Goff or Go, I'm not sure.
Up next is Reverend Matt Go, and I apologize if I did not pronounce your last name properly. Have you heard the instructions? And if you did, you may start as soon as you're ready. Let's see, Reverend.
Oh, now can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear you. Could you?
Yes, I'm the Reverend Matt Goff. I have heard the instructions, and I promised my wife I wouldn't make you repeat them.
Wonderful, thank you. So you may start whenever you're ready.
Okay, I am Reverend Matt Goff. My pronouns are him, he. I'm a parent of a student at Woodrow Wilson Elementary and Sheldon Middle School. And I'm sure we all know the significance of this day and the anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the USA choosing to drop a nuclear weapon on Hiroshima. As a 13-year-old, I had the privilege of being in Hiroshima for the 38th anniversary and was at the memorial. That experience had an impact on me and challenged me a great deal. But I was surprised when it was taught in schools way back that we learned very little of their perspective. In fact, it was more of a ends justify the means historical lesson that we got back then. I'm sure things have changed. But it saddens me that so many feel the need to justify the decisions of our government rather than show remorse or repentance. I see this within the definition of narcissism, which is a lack of remorse, empathy, or forgiveness. Narcissists have a fantasy view of themselves where they are all powerful, knowing, beautiful, and influential, even when the reality might prove otherwise. Their distorted perception of self greatly contributes to egocentric behavior. So if everything is about them, then why does a person need to admit to wrongdoing, show compassion for others, or release the wrongs of others? It's clear to me that our white supremacist system that controls our power structures and writes our history is a narcissistic system. This is America's mental disorder, and it has exalted this disorder to the very top. Try and point out the mistakes and the flaws or the places where we have hurt others or where we need to improve. And you can see just by reading some of the comments this past week that you become subject to attack and vitriol. If you don't like it, then leave, they say, demanding unbending and uncritical loyalty and obedience. However, there's always been those who believe that anything good that has ever come from our country has come from those who believe that we could do better. Even Thomas Jefferson, in writing the Declaration of Independence, clearly felt we could do better. Yet his concept of we the people ultimately was limited and smaller than what it needed to be. We know that he knew that slavery was morally wrong, yet ultimately he lacked the willingness and the moral integrity to insist to include that in the Declaration or to act on this conviction. He didn't even choose to free his slaves in his will when many others did. There were plenty of voices in his time and leaders urging them to outlaw slavery from the beginning, and yet those voices were silenced and forgotten. We don't name too many things after them. They say narcissists can't be cured, but if they are to have any hope, it all begins with showing how something benefits them. And I think showing that we can move forward in full partnership and equity and equality with people of color and indigenous people will benefit us all. But before we move forward together as equals, we need to repent and reset. We need a reset from our white supremacist way of thinking and version of history. It's unfortunate that our country is not yet at a place to do the important work such as was done in Canada through the Truth and Reconciliation Commission from 2008 to 2015. But we in Corvallis don't have to wait for our national leaders to do this work. We can begin here. We can affirm the beginning of greatness. The beginning of greatness is the ability to admit where we are wrong and commit to do better. Naming schools alone is not enough. I agree with that, but it is part of a declaration of interdependence that says we are wrong to limit and confine we the people to one person's version of history. We can declare that we all need each other. We are all connected. We can have empathy with other voices, and we can do better. We can choose and name together so that our children and the children will be inspired, their children will be inspired by our choice to have empathy, to grow, and to change so that Corvallis is better for all. I'm pretty sure that the original people who named our buildings wasn't a representation of what the USA was then or now. It's time to go back, to repent, to reset, and begin that work. I hope that you support this resolution. Thank you for your time, and thank you for all the hard work that you do. I really appreciate your leadership.
Sammy, I think you're muted.
Thank you. Now I'm not muted. So our next speaker is Manuela Hohenweis, and please, if you can hear me, indicate if you do and if you read the instructions, and state your name and start when you're ready. Manuela, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can hear you. And
great, thank you. And I heard the instructions. Thank you very much.
Wonderful, thank you.
Can I start whenever?
Yeah, could you state your name first for the record?
Yes, of course. My name is Manuela Hohenweis. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to give feedback, and thank you also for all of your hard work. I'm a parent to a middle schooler and a high schooler in the district, and I'm also an associate professor in strategy and entrepreneurship in the College of Business at Oregon State. I would like to bring our attention to the very imminent topic of our curriculum and our teaching for the fall. So I have some clarifying questions regarding project-based learning and would also like to offer 2 suggestions. So first, to the question regarding project-based learning in the hybrid model. Could you please give us some more details regarding the nature of the projects for the online portion of the hybrid model? Specifically, will these be integrative projects that combine the learnings from different subjects, such as combining math and science, etc.? And if so, then how would this work, given that the kids may not have math and science simultaneously during the condensed 4 courses per term semester? Also, will these projects be individual projects or team-based? If team-based, then what tools will our students have so that they can succeed, given that team projects are usually the most difficult components for both course designers and learners in an online course? So that's my first set of clarifying questions. Second, I have some suggestions regarding training and support for Canvas. So I understand that the district is moving to Canvas as the learning platform for next year. And in addition to the Canvas training that the district will offer, I would invite you to consider tapping the expertise of the community members in Corvallis to help teachers get up to speed on Canvas more quickly. There are in fact hundreds of Canvas experts in the community, both OSU and U of O faculty, and I've already spoken to several who would be willing to help out. So if you're open to this, we could create a Canvas support network for the teachers to give them basic training on Canvas and to answer specific questions they may have. From personal experience as an OSU faculty member, I know it's most helpful to have a local Canvas expert to ask for help. And also, by the way, both U of O and OSU have instructional Canvas designers on staff. So if you haven't already hired or searched for someone, I highly recommend that the district hire a dedicated Canvas expert as a local contact whom Corvallis teachers can contact with their questions. And again, I know from personal experience in the spring that the Canvas support hotline for professors was completely overloaded with prohibitively long wait times. And I could imagine a similar overload for the Canvas support hotline for K through 12 teachers this fall. And so this makes local Canvas support all the more critical. And last, and out-of-the-box thinking for outdoor instruction suggestion. If you haven't already considered it, I would encourage thinking about possible outdoor instruction to help our kids get back to a face-to-face component for those who have opted for the hybrid model, or in fact, for everyone who's willing to try an unconventional approach. Continuing education during a pandemic is actually not a new challenge and has historical precedents. There's, for example, a recent New York Times article. There's also a PBS special. The Albany School District seems to be taking a very creative approach to using public spaces as potential meeting grounds for instructions. So have we considered this as well? And in addition, there are organizations who offer to help schools considering to move their face-to-face teaching outdoors. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Manuela, and I appreciate your input. Is there any questions from our board members? There is none, but I want to thank you really for your clarifying question. That's a very valuable question for staff to take on and explore, and also for your suggestions, very valuable suggestions. Usually I don't editorialize, but from a Canvas user to another, I say, I hear you, and thank you for your suggestions. We really need,
thank you so much.
Start using first time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Have a good night. Who's next?
You too. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Who's our next speaker?
Toby Lewis.
Toby Lewis, you're up next. And have you heard the instructions? Don't see Toby. Let me unmute them. Toby, now you are unmuted. Can you hear me? Toby? Unmute again.
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, thank you. Toby, I can hear you now clearly. And have you heard the instructions? And if you did, state your name and then you start.
Yes, I did hear them. Toby Lewis. So I'm wanting to speak tonight. First of all, I want to thank everybody for all the hard work that you guys have been obviously putting into making all these decisions about how to move forward with classes and instruction for the next year. As you know, I submitted an email, or I sent an email to the board earlier this week because I have concerns about the dual language students being required or strongly encouraged to participate in the hybrid option and not being able to participate in dual immersion if they choose the online option. I do very much understand the need for interaction between students. What is frustrating to me is that there is not an option that would allow the dual immersion students who feel that it's best, like families who feel that it's best for their students to take as much of their courses online, to also participate in at least just the hybrid option of the dual immersion program. It seems like there should be a third option that would allow the dual immersion students to opt for online, but still be able to potentially participate just in their dual immersion courses as a hybrid model, especially considering that the hybrid classes are set up to be deployed remotely in cases like the first 6 weeks and potentially more than that when schools are closed completely. So that's really where my frustration is coming, because I feel like we're being forced to choose an option that I feel is less safe for my student in order for him to continue with his class and with his support group. So the other thing that I thought of as I was listening to a lot of tonight's meeting is that I don't feel confident that I have enough detailed information yet to make a choice. And so I'm not sure where I can go. I appreciate the additional information that's come out. I've seen the most recent email that came out with the different, the comparison chart that was shown earlier in the meeting. And I do appreciate that. But if I need more information, I don't know where to get that from. So I guess that's the extent of my comments tonight.
Thank you. Clarification from Superintendent Nas.
Toby, thanks for the question. And I would say that I can't remember the age of your child from your email, but I would say with our principals back in our DLI schools, that an email directly to the principal would be a great approach, or continued email to me with those specific questions.
Yeah, he'll be a freshman, and I did copy both the principal and the vice principal at CHS on the email that I sent to you guys.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Toby, for the question. Thank you, Toby, for your question. Seeing no questions from board members, thank you so much for your testimony and for your comments, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is?
Last speaker is Anne Parmigiani.
Our last speaker is Anne Parmigiani.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can
Hello?
hear you. And
Can you hear me?
Yes, and can you hear me as well?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Sammy, and board members, administrators for your service, all the work you've been doing and allowing me to comment today. And being the last commenter is sort of an interesting position, but I'll give it my best. My name is Ann Parmigiani. I'm the Carolyn S. Chambers Professor of Management and the Department Head at the University of Oregon. I'm the mother of twins who went to Jefferson, Linus Pauling, and are now entering 9th grade at CHS. I have a comment, a suggestion, and a few questions regarding the plans for the upcoming school year. First, a comment. I'm really surprised we're not doing whatever it takes to get the K through 3 kids back in class. The data are aligned with the state guidelines. Our governor supports this. Philomath is doing this. And I think if we could find creative ways to get them back to school full time, it would really resolve a lot of issues around academic progress, equity, childcare, and so forth. So thinking more creatively about other buildings, church buildings, government buildings, fairgrounds, whatever, I think might be an interesting approach. This leads me to a suggestion. I was wondering if the district could facilitate creating an online forum for parents, teachers, students, and others to help in resolving some of these issues. I saw in the chat there were questions about tutors and linking parents, so that could be a helpful way to do that. It sounds like, Ryan, you've done some of this internally, but to have a forum for everyone to participate, maybe organized by school, maybe led by PTO parents, could be a nice way to get some robust input and maybe reduce some of your email overload that I'm sure some of you are experiencing. Finally, some questions. These are mainly regarding the hybrid curriculum. I saw the email late this afternoon, so thank you for that. I'm glad to see the kids were getting letter grades. I think that's really important. First, a technical question. I wonder if the district has actually measured the spaces to determine if it's really feasible to have face-to-face classes given the cohort sizes of 15, 60, and 100, I believe, at the different levels. Second question is how many hours of instruction will there be per week? I assume it's going to be more than 7, which is all there was in the spring. Albany says they're providing 15 to 20 live, synchronous, and 10 to 15 independent. The recent email said we'll be providing 4 days per week, but I'm not sure how many hours a day that is. So that would be a nice thing to understand. And finally, and echoing Ms. Manuela's last point about project-based learning, those is a really different approach. It requires a lot of group collaboration and problem solving. My MBA students struggle with this, so I was just wondering how teachers and students will be provided with the training and scaffolding to do this, because it sounds to me like kind of a big change, and I'm not sure about the timing of a change like this. So thank you. I appreciate all your work, and I look forward to more discussion on these issues.
Thank you, Anne. Do we have any questions? Since we don't have any questions, Anne, thank you so much for your comments and have a wonderful evening. On that, thank you. And on that, I want to say it's not the end of the opportunity to contact the school board. You're always welcome to provide a public comment to the school board members, and the email and details on how to email the school board or provide public comments in future meetings are available online on the school district website. I want to note that we've received, I would say hundreds is a appropriate term to say in terms of emails, and we appreciate those. And I've been reading them all, and we really appreciate the community engagement. It's very valuable. So with that, I want to ask board members if they're comfortable that we go for a recess for probably 10 minutes, if that's okay. And then we'll come back if there's no objections from the board. Sorry, go ahead. We're good?
No, my picture was off, so I was just giving you a verbal yes.
Wonderful. So we'll go for a recess of 10 minutes. It's 8:23, and we'll come back at 8:34, let's say 8:34. So we are in recess. Stop video. All right. Corval School Board meeting reconvenes from the recess, and next item on the agenda is the bond program update with Kim Patton. I would like to welcome Kim, and the floor is yours, and Ryan as well.
Yes. So we tonight do not have a PowerPoint presentation. That will be at the September board meeting. So we've got the information in your packet. Is there any questions for us?
Wonderful. Thank you for the reports, by the way, and we appreciate the detailed work that's and documentation of the board updates. Do we have any questions from board members? All right, we'll go first with Vince.
Of course I have questions. So, I mean, one is procedural here. Well, no, first I have a comment. At the beginning of the meeting, I expressed my appreciation for the tours, and just following along that line of thought is, as I was thinking about the interactions we were having with the contractors, I was reminded of the very rigorous process we went through to select those contractors. And once again, I'm reflecting on the district's choice to engage Wenaha as the project management team and just the work that has been going on. I just have a lot of appreciation that, the bond work is really going smoothly. There aren't surprises, even though we're in the middle of a pandemic. And I just want to express my appreciation again that you guys have done such a good job in bringing great contractors alongside the district to do the work. It's a privilege to be in this community and work with this district. On the report, there was, it's on page 2. It's the financial cover piece. And I just want to confirm my understanding that we have 11% in reserves on the bond project. And that corresponds with 26.7 million. I think there was something going on with the formatting, and maybe it was the way it was rendering on my machine. But I just wanted to confirm my understanding there. And then I have a harder question, but I'll defer until later.
Dale, do you want to answer that one?
I'm not certain I understand the question. There's 11% of paid or committed to date on
the graphics looked a little wonky on my computer. Maybe it was just 11% in reserves, 26.7 million about. It's in that table.
Yeah, that is correct. That is correct.
Awesome. That was the question that I had. I'll let you go to Lou.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. And just I will highlight the graphics thing that Vince mentioned is the orange is missing from the PDF on page 2. So probably it's exported forward to the PDF. Yeah. So next question is with Lou.
Hi, thanks you all. You all are, like Vince said, doing a really great job, and it's awesome to see all the updates and be able to see one of them in live action. And also in the report, it said that the COVID impact has been minimal. And I was just wondering, and I'm not sure if other people were wondering that too, is that because of the safety precautions you all are taking? Is that what you meant? Or did you mean like for getting supplies? What type of COVID impact were you speaking to?
Sure. Kim, you want me to speak to that?
Sure.
So there are 2 elements to that. One is that the crews are taking precautions to minimize exposure and be careful with each other. Inside those small construction trailers, they're either wearing masks or they're well away from each other, and they're not overloading those trailers with personnel. and that's one key element. They're making arrangements for outdoor meetings. In the Lincoln site, you may have observed an outdoor deck outside of the trailer. That'll be where the bigger meetings take place once more activities are happening on site. Outside, but under an awning. And then the same thing will happen at Hoover in the form of a tent that's being brought in that'll go along the back edge of the site. The minor impact we've observed has been, probably a good example is Garfield. There is a fabricator of fire sprinkler piping that had an infection and their shop got shut down. So the sprinkler contractor had to find another source for that pipe. And so it did slow down the installation of the work at the project, but they're working through that and they're able to find other places to put their work, their efforts. So there are minor impacts that have arisen, but they are fairly few, and they're not greatly affecting our progress.
I would also add to that, and it kind of tags on to what Vince had said, is that having really strong contractors as our general or CMGC contractors means that they have strong relationships throughout the region. And so when a fabrication shop shuts down, they have connections to get us in and scheduled effectively at other fabrication shops. So I want to put that out there as another reason why we can navigate the impact of COVID so effectively.
Good point.
Great, thank you.
Unless there is anyone else, I think that Vince, is your hands up again. You have more questions?
Yeah, I have one more, and this is the harder one. So the board tonight is taking another look at this resolution that I've proposed, and it concerns renaming facilities. And I'm in the public input, one of the things that I had not fully considered was the logistical impact to the district. And then I started thinking about the bond work. It's the biggest portion of our facilities work that we're doing right now. And I'm just curious what might be the impacts of an abrupt renaming of schools. And I know this is kind of coming out a little bit out of left field. And so I didn't give you any prep time to think about this. So
I can take that one. So this is not something that is new to us. As Eric Beasley shared in his testimony, it's not the first time we've heard of it in the bond program. And so we are planning for monument signs at, I think, all of our elementary schools. And so we are anticipating that there's potential for new signage. And I think that we can make that happen. I would say that it would be nice to align it with the opening of the construction process, but we can make it work whatever timing it is. And so it's not something that is prohibitive from a facilities perspective.
yeah, thank you for that. And it's encouraging to hear. I'm just wondering if there's going to be any disruption. Is that going to disrupt operations in any way, or the bond work that's going on?
No.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
It's actually timing wise, we have the team put together to help us with creating the signage that is going to be necessary and going through the permitting process for new signage. So
great. Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I just want to highlight something briefly. In the second page, there is a statement that I'm really proud of. You can see the statement says that the voter approved a $200 million bond for our facilities. We're seeing it's a work in action, that these $200 million are being put into action, but also because of the school district good standing in terms of fiscal responsibility. You can see that we have premiums and interest earnings, and also state matching grants and other fundings that's getting us resources up to $245 million to fund the facilities program. And I want to really appreciate and thank our district staff and the contractors with the Wanaha's leadership for their work and their leadership, and making sure that we're using taxpayer money to the best value. One of my highlights from the tour, there are several, Directors Vince Adams and Sarah Finger McDonald and myself toured several schools. And I remember one of our teachers, KB, came in here and talked about the science projects and engaging our young adults into science and technology and engineering. And it was all in abstraction without seeing it where it happens, which room it happens in. Well, we saw the pictures, we saw the objectives, but seeing that we're doing some really major developments into the STEAM room or STEAM lab, and seeing how things will work there to accommodate more students and empower them to find their inspiration and passion. I saw that room. It reminded me of middle school where there was a science lab and I was spending hours there. And I decided then I want to be an engineer. I love this. So thank you for our contractors and district leadership for this work. You're creating the future. Yes, Ryan.
So one of the things I left the tour thinking a lot about was just again, the scope, the number of schools that are being touched and improved, and just how all of that is happening at the same time, right? So we've have one group of schools where construction is happening, and we have other schools in conversation about design. And I think that just kind of the overall scope of, improving 12 or 13 schools all in a short period of time is really phenomenal. And I think that we talk about it sometimes, but until you actually, you visit the site, you drive to the next site, you visit the site, you drive to the next site, you don't really get that sense until you do that, have how much is really going on and happening all at the same time. So again, kudos to Kim and Wenaha, the Wenaha team, and Fortis and Girding as our project management groups and construction groups, to general contractors, to get all of this happening and going and moving forward. Yeah, it's just an exciting time to be working in our schools. So thanks to them.
Well, when I ran for a school board, my eyes will tear with construction projects, but it is. This is really exciting. Thank you, Kim, and thank you, Dale. Thanks a lot for the reports. If there is no further questions, we'll go to the next point. There's no further questions. So I want to ask board members if they are comfortable moving to the next point as for the operational blueprint first, before we discuss the resolution 21,001. So is there any objections for us to go for the operational blueprints discussion first? Seeing there is no objection, we'll move ahead to the operational blueprint discussion. So our staff who might be tuning in for this point, they can go home. And I think there's a really important work on this report. So Ryan, is there any updates you want to provide from last week?
No, Sammy, I just would like to, again, recognize the work of the team to put the blueprint together. Erica Cook in the assistant superintendent's office, as well as Rinda Gregory, have taken on that safety component primarily, coordinating with the county. And so unless there's questions, I'd like to just present that to the board. I think the other piece about it is that we have it as an action requested. And the reason why we did that is because that's not required. But I also feel like it's important that the board acknowledge the intricacy of starting in a hybrid and some of those safety components. And so I feel like it's important to sort of galvanize that work with action of the board. So I brought it that way, understanding that it wasn't a requirement, but I felt like it was an additional component of thinking about safety of our students re-entering schools in the midst of a pandemic. And it's also, I feel like it's high quality work in preparation of that. And so I wanted to bring it forward in that fashion.
Thank you, Ryan. With that, is there any questions or clarifying questions or comments from board members? Vince?
Yeah, I just want to, right on the heels of what Ryan just said, the board is not required. It doesn't take board approval to implement the operational blueprint or to submit it. And while I'm looking forward to this motion and voting in support of it, I don't want the board to view this as an invitation to move into a closer operational oversight position. And for the superintendent and staff, I want you to know that at least for this board member, I have a high degree of trust in your ability and skill to execute this. And I don't want you to feel like you need our approval to have the operational flexibility to meet the needs of students and families. There's really been no surprises for the board. I mean, you've communicated with us, quite well, as much as you've been able to. And I think the work that you're doing is the best product that is possible for our community and for our district. And I'm very, very pleased with this blueprint. It makes sense. I really appreciate the emphasis on the safety and well-being of students. And I mean that in two channels. One, of course, is in the context of the pandemic. I mean, you're focusing on keeping our students safe, keeping my children safe, but also focusing on the social emotional learning and the mental health, the mental well-being of our children as well as we move into this. And you're keeping that front and center. So I'm looking forward to the motion, and thank you once again to you, Ryan, and the staff for the strenuous effort. And I don't use that word lightly, truly strenuous effort. I've seen it written on your faces, how many hours of sleep you're losing to make this go. And I'm just deeply appreciative. And I think as we get into the fall and move into the year, I think the community is going to be really appreciative and see the quality of education that their kids are going to get under these circumstances. And so thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vince. I just want to second that and say thank you, staff. And is there any other questions? Comments? Just to clarify the journey of the blueprint for the community, we're working within the criteria and requirements and the boundaries set by ODE, Oregon Department of Education, in consult with Oregon Health Authority. It uses metrics and data that are set by the governor, and those the data is based on local information and local data and state context. But also the journey of this blueprint, I think my understanding is that we're sharing it with the county or health department, and the district might get feedback on it. And after they give us feedback, then it will be on the website for review by the public. Is that correct? Is there anything you want to add to it?
And then it will also be housed at ODE. If questions come up regarding reentry plans, that is a piece that ODE will go and look at in resolving a complaint or a concern that comes forward. They're going to use that as the blueprint that signifies the decisions that we've made and what we're going to implement. And so it will also be housed with ODE.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ryan. With that, I would like to entertain any motions. I see Vince's hand up.
So I move to approve this stage of the 2020-2021 operational blueprint and allow leadership to submit the current draft to the Oregon Department of Education and the school district website.
A second.
Moved by Vince and seconded by Therese. Any further discussion on the motion? Seems none, we'll take a roll call vote. And those in favor signify by aye or nay. Sarah?
Aye.
Jay,
Aye.
Therese,
Aye.
Luhui,
Aye.
Vince,
Aye.
Tina,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And we have a plan. It's a moving target. The pandemic is a moving target, and there is lots of flexibility needed. And I really appreciate the deliberate work of our district to work within the requirements and boundaries to maximize the educational value for our children as much as we can in this difficult situation without jeopardizing or without sacrificing the health and safety of our students, staff, and their families, and the community at large. So thank you, Ryan, and thanks, team, for the work. With that, next point on the agenda is the resolution 20-1001, review and removal of racist school names. I will like to say before we entertain a motion or any amendments, and I understand there might be some amendments after we have a main motion, I would like to start off with any, according to our process, with any updates, any clarifying questions before we go into discussing the resolution itself and the action on it. So with that, I would like to actually start off with Ryan providing an update on the charter. If the resolution passes in one way or another, there is a process for the superintendent to engage the community. And so I would like to have Ryan speak to that. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Sammy. So in your packet, you have a working document, which is our school renaming task force charter. During the conversation at the last board meeting, there was the decision to start to develop this charter as a way of putting, I guess, maybe some bones to the process. And so what I went ahead and did is I looked at the resolution and took much of that and also considered other task force that have been superintendent task force that we have done in the past and utilized some of that knowledge and experience in this. So identifying goals and objectives for the process overall, also the scope, identifying task force members that again came from the resolution, identifying groups to be included, liaisons including both the superintendent, school board representative, and then communications coordination, because we do know that that will be a piece that will be necessary in this process. Meeting frequency and a timeline. So meeting 5 times between September and January, again, for a renaming of those schools. Identifying that it would be facilitated by a consultant that we've used in the past, Melanie Quemps, who has worked with us in our design advisory committees for our school construction pieces, or our DACs, how recommendations would be communicated, because as a superintendent committee, the recommendations would come to me and then I would just bring them forward to you. And also understanding that, you know, once that process is completed, there's a sunset clause established, again, identifying that this task force wouldn't continue into perpetuity. So what I have done with this tool in the past has been, I've brought it to the board, not for action, but for feedback. And so what I would like to do is understanding that this is written based on the current resolution. There might be changes tonight. I'm not clear on that, as many of us aren't. But if there aren't any changes to the resolution, I would recommend bringing it forward with like this with some feedback, so it would look fairly close to what it looks like now. If there's a number of resolutions and revisions to that resolution, then it would be something that I would need to spend additional time on and potentially bring back to you again. So I think that there's multiple ways I could handle that. But again, I just wanted to have something as a starting point based on the resolution that accounts for the scope, participation, goals of the task force, and timelines and communication and decision-making channels.
Thank you, Ryan. Any questions or comments on or feedback on the charter? So I'll go over the list, and we have first Lou, and then Vince, and then Jay. Lou?
Thanks for putting this together, Ryan. I had a question about the rationale for the time frame. I was just a little curious on the until January part.
Again, this is a draft, but what I was thinking was that if the board made a decision tonight to no longer use the three current names for those three elementary schools, that we would then make a determination about what we would call those schools as an interim, and then bring the community together to rename those three schools. At the same time, another piece of that resolution was to review all of the other buildings in our district, and I think that will take some time to go through at a committee level or a task force level. And so I was trying to account for both of those things. And depending on where the board lands tonight, that might change the timeline. But I was thinking about those two pieces, how they intersect, but also how they're sort of separate. And so that was my thinking behind that.
Okay,
And again, it wasn't meant to be a way of postponing or adding additional process. I just thought if we were really going to get community in on the renaming piece, that it would take some time.
Okay, I was asking because I was thinking maybe a little bit more time is where my question was coming from. But that was why I asked. Thanks.
Wonderful, thank you. And up next, we have Vince.
So my sentiment was the same. I was wondering, by January, is that going to allow a process that is going to be sufficiently deep to discuss topics like this? And I'm a little concerned about workload on district staff as well. And I know I'm pushing into your space a little bit there, Ryan, but I'm just worried that I don't want this to be a burden on district staff, in particularly at this time in the school year, where you're launching a school year and getting it all tuned up. Do we want to be rushing through a process? And I realize that going with three schools that have been renamed, that's an inconvenience, and that there's some logistics tied up in that. But I want you to feel like you have the space to take the time you need to do this in a way that is going to be satisfying for the community, and our education communities.
So hearing both of you, I think, so here's a couple of considerations. One is that we could, for all intents and purposes, we could extend that timeline. The other thing we could do is not start in September, but start in October. Just thinking about the start of the school year in particular. And so that was another conversation we've had internally about thinking about what's to come and capacity. So again, for your consideration, those are other factors that that we've been discussing.
Jay, you're up next.
That parallels what my concerns are, and asking you, and I think what you've answered maybe is that, are there some endpoints that say we really need to have names changed by X date, therefore moving backwards from that, whether it's the monument question that Kim was talking about, changing those names or whatever. And I think what also my comment would be, in terms of numbers of meetings and the parameters of the group, I think we've had some suggestions in emails that made sense, that perhaps there's a role for individual schools whose names might be changed, that they would have some more investment or process that then could report to this bigger group. And I don't have the magic description of things, but for us to tackle, first of all, an overall review of 11 names, and or 8 if we choose not to do the 3, that is if the 3 are already given, that's a big input time, and then the design of a new name. So I would urge you to think flexibly to yourself, and maybe also for an opportunity for individual school communities to have a little bit of, I'll call it independent input time towards the big task force.
Thanks, Jay. One of the other thoughts had been, one of the things I'm waiting to hear tonight, I guess, is the desire to do both. And right now in the resolution, there's the desire to look at all names of buildings in our school and then rename 3 schools directly. And so I think that process might look different depending on where you land. But what I have thought about is that this overall group, district-wide, looking at names, and then having some sort of input feedback loop from those individual schools would be a way of going about that.
I would like to ask you, Ryan, a few questions. The first one is the overlap with school-based design advisory groups that are comprised of school communities. Since we do have that with the bond projects, one of the comments we heard is of timeliness of this. We have a pandemic, we're doing construction, and those advisory groups are there. Is it advisable, or do you think the overlap with those advisory groups being already there and the structure being there, does that make sense if we do it today or this year compared to in 2 years or 4 years, just from an operational perspective?
I've thought about that a little bit as well. And I think that the design advisory committees are an example of groups that are meeting currently at some of our schools, depending on where they are in the construction process, and giving input on the school design. I think that it's a groups that we have really wanted to make sure are diverse in terms of participation of parents and students at those schools, making sure that we also have emerging people that are racially and linguistically diverse participating in those groups. So I think the formation of those groups is good. What I wonder is if people feel like that wasn't necessarily when they decided to participate, they weren't participating in a school renaming, they were participating in school construction input. And so I think that it would be a great starting point, and to hear from those participants and members if that's something they would want to participate in and continue to be involved in. But in terms of the framework, it makes a lot of sense to me that would be a starting point for those schools.
And if the timing right now compared to a few years from now, are we equipped to do this work right now?
Some of those design advisory committees have sort of fulfilled their obligation, and so there's a few in that boat. There are a few that are in process right now, and a few that will be starting up in the next 6 months. And so again, because so many schools were being constructed and architects working on design, they couldn't all happen at once. So we have a group that have completed the work. We know who were members on those teams, so we could reach out to them. The ones that are ongoing would be easy to touch bases with. And then those that are yet to be developed, when they apply, they would know that would be a part of that role. Yeah.
I believe Sarah, you're up next, and then Jay.
Yeah, so thinking about the composition of these groups and looking at the design advisory groups, I also have some concerns of that naming schools is not what the people who signed up for those groups signed up for necessarily. I also worry that by focusing just, putting a lot of focus on those design advisory groups, we may be excluding other members of those school communities who would want to take part. So I'd be a little hesitant to lean too much on those groups. The reason I originally raised my hand, I got added to my list as we went, was I sort of in my head I feel like we have two different processes here. We have renaming of these 3 schools that as the resolution is written currently, their names would be removed. We would need new names for those schools. The consideration of the school name of renaming other schools feels like sort of not a totally separate, an overlapping process, but not the same process. So as we think about timing of things, there's sort of 2 things that we have as goals there. And I don't know if that changes maybe the timeline for this group, because you're coming up with names and working with the community for the names of 3 schools may look like a different process than considering every school in the district. I don't know if that's just me thinking out loud.
As I worked on putting this charter together, I struggled with that a little bit too. At one point I thought, well, maybe I should have 2 different charter documents to show the 2 processes. But then I thought, well, I'm not really sure where the board's going to land tonight, so I'm going to try to embed both pieces into one document. So yeah, I hear you. That was something I was wondering about and considering.
Thanks, Sarah. Any further questions or clarifying questions, Sarah? Seeing none, we'll go to Jay, and then afterwards, Lou.
My comments would echo Sarah's concern about 2 different really tasks that I think might be on different paces, and also the comment about the structure and makeup of the committee. I think the model is perfect. It's a good idea, but I think that there are people who don't want anything to do with design, but would love to help with naming and have different offerings. And so I would hope that we would reopen, although I know that takes time and you have to make decisions about who can be on it, but I would use the model, but I would be open to having other people join the committee from different than the design group. I think it's a different topic.
Thanks, Jay. Lou?
Yes to what Jay and Sarah just said. And also, I think it's being made a little bit more complicated than it needs to be in some ways, because this could be the process, right? You have the process laid out in the charter, but if there ends up being 3 schools that don't have to do part of the process, they would just move on to the next part, right? So it would still be like the end process would be the same. They just don't need to do that research into the name part. They can just move straight into the other part, right? And so I think that could help if that's just clarified, like you don't have to do this initial part, just go ahead and start working on the other part. If you just kind of clarify that with the work groups. And then the end part is the same exact process. So that way you're not having to come up with 2 different designs, 2 processes, 2 timelines. They could still have more time to do more research. They just wouldn't have to do that initial part. I don't know if that's helpful at all, but yeah.
Wonderful. Seeing there's no further questions or comments, I would like to entertain a motion as a starter of the conversation. And then after we have a motion, we can either discuss the main motion or have suggestions for edits. So would anyone like to make a motion? Vince?
Hold on, I gotta get it in front of me.
All right.
I move to approve the draft resolution titled Review and Remove of Racist School Names as presented last week, because I don't have the date in front of me.
I second.
Right, moved by Vince and seconded by Sarah. So we do have a main motion, which is the resolution language as presented last week. And I would like to entertain discussion or proposals for amendments if there is any. Vince?
So now that I've moved to approve it, I'd like to amend it. So I have 3 amendments.
With that, Vince, do you mind? I'll ask Lindsay to share a screen.
Yeah.
And just as a disclaimer, I heard from Jay possible amendments as well. So you might see some strike throughs or underlines that reflect possible changes that Jay would come up with. So if you see that, we will discuss them if there is a motion from Jay. But for ease, I would say whenever you're ready, feel free to mention what's your amendment. And for simplicity, we have line numbers to make it easier. So go ahead. What's your amendment?
You're referring to me?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm referring
Wonderful.
to you.
So then I would like to revise item 1. So on to the next page. Ooh, back up. So item 1, and there's a lot of red there. Okay, I just have a change in language. So I would like it to read, at the end, it says district pending renaming under the process described herein. And I would like to add the words and school materials bearing the existing name not be acquired and phased out by the end of January 2021.
Could I ask you to, if you can identify which line that your amendment is added and.
Oh my goodness.
Can I do a point of clarification?
Yes.
I don't think we should be seeing any other proposed changes.
Yeah.
The processes insolvences.
Yeah.
So we would need a clean version according to Robert's Rules processes, correct?
You bet. Thank you. Yeah, I feel that's appropriate. Since we have some additional amendments, I would say let's go and we'll revert to the original without any markup, and we'll start from there. Okay. And if you can give us a few seconds, we'll get that sorted out. Thank you, Lou.
Thank you, Lindsay.
So with that, I believe this is the original document as presented with point 1 here. Yes, go ahead.
So I'm on line 41. So it's the existing language, and I'm adding text to say, and school materials bearing the existing name not be acquired and be phased out by the end of January 2021.
All right.
And after we get a second, I'll happily speak to this.
All right, let's underline it. Possibly both, but underline would be better for consistency. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right. So the motion is adding the language as presented, and there is a second. Vince, would you like to speak for the motion?
Yeah, I really appreciated, we received a couple emails on this topic around the logistical cost of the renaming. And I just wanted to address that concern, that we wouldn't be spending additional materials on a interim name, that the existing name would not be retained, it would go away, and that we wouldn't be spending additional resources. And then the January 2021, as I was trying to align to the superintendent's plan or the charter as presented by the superintendent.
Okay. Would anyone would like to speak to for or against the motion? Any clarifying questions from Ryan? All right, see none, and seeing there is no, oh, we do have discussion. Vince and then Lou.
Oh, wait, no, I'm not. No, I'm fine. I'm sorry.
You're good? Okay, Lou.
I'll put my hand down.
I was just trying to wait and turn with the hands. I just wanted to point out, as Vince said, that's part of the good thing about receiving public comment is being able to pull stuff in to help clarify like this. So I just wanted to say that that's why this is important too. That's all.
Wonderful. All right. Any further discussion? See none. I would like to entertain a motion. I believe I will, unless there's objection, can I go for unanimous consent? If there's no objection, we pass it, or should we take a vote for the amendments? Unanimous consent. All right. So I would like, if there is no objections, the motion will pass with unanimous consent. Is there any objections?
Sammy,
Yes.
this is Jay. You just said the motion will pass. Do you mean the amendment will pass?
Yes, the amendments will pass, just the underlined language. So seeing there is no objections, the amendments to add the language underlined on the screen passes unanimously. So now we can change it from underlined to without underline. So now back to the main motion, which is the resolution as presented, including this language. That's what has been added. Is there any further discussion on the main resolution, motion, or further amendments? Vince.
I would like to offer another amendment. So this is going to be under 2B, Lindsay.
Page 2.
Take my hand down while I'm at it. 2B, and I am offering a new item 4 under 2B. So, and then all subsequent elements would be added. So this is new language.
After 3, you mean, right?
Correct. So if you could just, perfect, thank you. And it reads, women who have made inspirational contributions during their lives should be given additional weight in recommendations to remedy the lack of representation among current school names.
Would anyone like to, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, moved by Vince, second by Lou, to add the language underlined on the screen. Is there any discussion on the motion?
I'll happily speak to it since I'm offering it. It was Director Jones that brought it to my attention, and we have seen, I mean, in the ample public input that we have gotten via email and online, over and over again, we see women being chosen for names, and people have pointed out all of our schools, none of them are named for women. And so I just felt that it was important to add this item. Again, I apologize. It was an oversight in the initial writing. And so I wanted to offer this amendment. Thank you, Therese.
Anyone would like to speak about the amendment? Either for or against? It is a shame we don't have any school with a name of for a woman for so long. So we believe all people are created equal, but women hasn't been included in this equal yet, and we have to make sure it's there, and we have to walk the walk as we talk the talk. Sarah?
Yeah, thank you for the Hamilton quote there, Sammy. I'm living in a Hamilton obsessed household right now, and there have been lots of discussions of history and who is included and not included. So Vince, I very much appreciate your recognizing that we currently have no schools named after women. And if we can, I'm sure there are women who are eligible to have a school named after them that we can come up with. So I would like to give that heavy consideration.
Any further comments? All right, seeing no further comments, I would like to call this for a question through unanimous consent. So is there any objection to pass this resolution unanimously? Here.
I know.
Yes.
Pass the amendment.
I'm sorry, the amendment, yes.
I know.
Pass this motion, which is the amendment of the underlined language. So we're seeking unanimous consent for adding the language underlined on lines 65 to 67, and without objection, passes unanimously. All right.
Oh,
sorry. Sarah, would you like to be recognized? Vince, you are recognized.
I have one last amendment, and this is under item 2E.
2E.
And this is a real simple and easy one. And Lindsay, thank you for scribing on the screen. This is very nice. I really appreciate it. And I would just like to change progressively to in stages. And once we get a second, I can speak to that.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
All right. Vince,
So
would you like the motion?
Upon my return from my camping trip today, I was advised that there was some question about this word progressively. Lou and I struggled with trying to articulate how that we intended that whomever the figure was for whom the school was named would be integrated into the curriculum in an age appropriate way. And so when we put progressively, that was what we intended. It was not, of course, that word has political connotations to it. So I think in stages captures that meaning better. And thank you, Lou, for helping me work through this.
Lou.
Yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize what Vince said, that and I even said that last week in the meeting, like words matter, right? And so like this is kind of like recognizing that it could easily be taken how it was not meant. And so just apologize to the community for not being more clear with that word, because it does have multiple meanings. And so, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Jay?
Vince, I heard your kind of restating of your goal, and I appreciate it. I heard what you said was in age appropriate stages. So I'm wondering if instead of just the words, I'm just throwing out a friendly amendment, instead of in stages in the curriculum, if you put in age appropriate stages, it might even be clearer. But I'm just, you see what I'm saying?
I appreciate the amendment, Lindsay. You're welcome to add that language.
All right. Sorry, I'm going to play the nerd of Robert's rules. There's no.
I know it's not.
So I would say this is a second amendment, and if there's no. The second amendment adding age appropriate has been added to the main amendment, to the first amendment. So now we have in age appropriate stages as an amendment. Because the motion and the amendments now is on the floor. So now back to the amendments in age appropriate stages. Any further discussion on that? All right, seeing none. Now the modified amendments adding language in age appropriate stages on line 79 as presented on the screen has been moved by Vince and seconded by Lou. And now I'll seek a unanimous consent. If there is no objection, the amendments will pass. Is there any objections? With no objection, passes unanimously. So we deleted progressive and we added progressively, and we added the language underlined. All right. Do we have any further discussion on the main resolution? Jay, you are recognized. And Jay, I cannot hear you.
So I have submitted to the board earlier this week at your request to help everybody have some time to look at it, some earlier or some amendments. My recommendation is to work with Lindsay about how to get them. Maybe simply it's using my form and then transferring it rather than trying to retype it here. But it's your proposal or your decision as to how to move. And I've broken these amendments into 4 parts, and I guess I would prefer if we had my copy on the screen so that when I talk about them, you can look at it. So
yeah, I would say, Jay, how about you see them on the screen, and we'll make sure that it's exactly the same. We'll make sure we reflect it and type it on this document. Okay. And we can. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'll give it my best then. So if you'll look at, I'm going to take it one at a time with then discussion. Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So if you look at item number 1, I would strike from all schools through described herein and add the words and regulation FF-AR. The Corvallis School District will initiate a community engaged process to review the names of Hoover, Wilson, and Jefferson schools and make recommendations for replacement or retention, period.
All right. And I just want to highlight, we did have an addition already from Vince. After the period, we'll add and school material bearing the existing name not to be acquired. So right. Just you're adding the amendment in between those 2 sentences.
Correct.
Wonderful. So we'll underline that, and So with this change being proposed, it's been moved by Jay. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Jay and seconded by Therese to add the language and strike the language as presented on the screen. Jay, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, and just for the sake of those people who do not have a copy of the rest of my motion, I just want to characterize that basically the next three amendments deal with the parameters of this review process, and we'll talk about those a little bit down the road. So here's a couple of, and I'm sorry, I'm going to take a little bit of time because as Vince told me after the last meeting, with great respect, Vince, how's it feel to be a minority? And the answer is, I am a minority, but I have a passion about what we're doing. And so I'm going to take a little bit of time. I want to, first of all, thank the board for this discussion. I want to thank the community for input. I want to bring this community up to speed. In the last 24 hours since midnight, and in fact, we had some input from midnight till about 2 this morning. We've had over 100 people write us emails about this. So in addition, a couple of the people spoke tonight, but roughly 95 other people gave us pretty heartfelt, amazing emails. And I just am grateful for their thought. The other spin on that is I'm absolutely grateful for the tone of 99% of their comments. It has been very positive, not mean-spirited or name-calling, and I appreciate that. I don't do social media, so if they're calling names on social media, shame on them, no matter which way they're calling them. And so I just thank the tone for the emails I've seen. What I'm asking for in my amendment is something that I value as a former attorney, a person who studied the Constitution, and a high school teacher, and that's called a fair process when we do things. Not in high school, we called it the tyranny of the majority or the king. He could make decisions and we didn't have a chance for input. And what I'm asking for is time to think through these big decisions. And I think they're big, and I think the community reaction proves that they're big. These are not incidental things we're working on. These are big things. And I just want to review the record that we've had with this process. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we as a board talked about the idea of changing or reviewing names until we got this proposal about 10 days ago. I may be wrong, but there was certainly no big strategic decision about equity or the concerns we have for equity until literally 10 days ago. Because of the meeting schedules we have, that turned us into a quick first read, second read, only a week apart. And so a total of 10 days. I respect the good intention of all the authors, and for the cleaning up the record for Vince and Lou and Sammy, I appreciate your hearts and what you've put into it. And I last week said Sarah, and Sarah doesn't get I also want to say that I reject my heart says that there seems to be some, in some people's minds, kind of a litmus test that if you don't wipe these people's names off these things, you must be a person who is either racist or supporting of racist people in an evil way. And that's not me. And all I have to claim on that is if you talk to my students who were in my class, if you looked at my curriculum as a history teacher, if you looked at the pathways of my family and my kids and things, I absolutely detest racism. I also absolutely respect history and the people that are involved in the formation of our country. And so to me, this is a big deal, but it's not me saying, oh my, I really want to support racist measures. It's absolutely not, and that's not my nature. My last point is this. We as a board said that we would be acting with certain kind of agreements and community values. And those values and guiding principles include that we would value public participation. We would always seek opportunity for public comment. We would view that community as vital to achieving equity and to achieving our goals. And so to me, what I'm asking in this amendment and my proposal is not about a re-step on equity as much as it is about a commitment for sharing of ideas and community input. I will also add that I'm going to characterize the quality or the number of input. There were easily 35 or 40 heartfelt emails in the last 2 to 3 days that said, no, we should keep the names. Or more of them said, no, we should keep Jefferson's name, and I don't care so much about Hoover and Wilson. So my point is that we as a board have some strong commitments to community input, and I think we owe them that. My only exception to that rule would be if there was an emergency that was so clear that for us to delay is absolutely bad. And I can think of maybe a safety issue where you just said, no, we don't need to wait on all issues. So I'm challenging us on the commitments we made to our community and the people that are part of our community. My last point is this. I happen to be, I think, on the board, maybe the one person with the most extra time. Although I do babysitting for grandchildren, I don't have a full-time job, and I do camp a little bit. But I can tell you that in the last 3 days, I have spent a little bit of time trying to get to some better understanding, not only of Jefferson, but also the school board that adopted these names. So let me just give you a quick history of what I've learned and tell you there's way more work to do. I talked to a woman by the name of Mary Gallagher, who works for the Benton Historical Society at the facility there in Philomath. And she was able to pull up a newspaper article, but the minutes are in our own vault if we have them. So I haven't been able to get in and check the minutes, but she has a newspaper article, and I want to quote it just to give you a clear picture. And I think there's a little bit of irony, and I can't find my paper exactly, but no, I'm going to find it because it's too important. Okay. Jefferson School was named in 1960. Just give you the timeline. In December 1961, a group on the board chose Adams as a name and Wilson. Wilson wasn't built yet. It was to be built in 63, and Adams was to be built in 62. And they chose those and just said, well, we're going to name them after a president. I don't know what else they discussed or what else their intent was, but I think as a legislator, we owe at least some respect to those people 50, 60 years ago almost to say, what were they thinking? At least, did you think about Jefferson or Wilson or Hoover as racist people? Ironically, interestingly, a member of that group was a woman, but I'm not sure a woman, but I think it is a woman named Sheldon. Maybe somebody can correct me, but that person, Sheldon, was on this name, and guess whose name now shows at a middle school? I think that's just interesting to say that a person whose name later shows up on one of our buildings was involved in naming 3 of our elementary schools, and we don't know for sure what they were thinking. So, Vince, what do you know?
Jay, that's Vernon Sheldon. He was
Okay.
a biochemist at OSU.
And he must have been a board member.
He was a longstanding board member.
Okay, all right. So my big point there is that out of respect for people who are sitting in chairs 60 years ago, like we're sitting in chairs right now, I think this board owes it to people to say, I wonder what they were thinking. Now, bottom line is I heard you last week say, you know, I've seen enough. I don't need to go further. I don't need further examination. Racism is so bad. I'm going to put my stake in the ground. I respect that strength of character, but I don't think that it's a good way to deal with things unless in an emergency. So I will stop and say that's my reason for wanting to take 60 days and have us look at those 3 names, bring history in, bring review in, bring intent in, hear more from the emails that we've got, make those public record as well, so that we can have a thorough revision and review of those names. So I'll stop.
Thanks, Jay. Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion, which is the amendment? Therese?
Thanks, Sammy. We did receive a lot of email from community members, of course, and I have spent a lot of time in the last couple of days reading through and cataloging those emails, grouping them by those who were opposed and their reasons that they were opposed, those who were in favor and their reasons for being in favor, those who I would put in the category of not being opposed to renaming, but not thinking it's something we should do right now, actually being in favor of renaming, but thinking it's not something that we should do right this moment. So I have grouped all of those. I coded their themes, and this is what I can say about coding their themes. In the emails and communications from those who are in favor of the name, all of those emails share key characteristics. They are forward thinking. They are looking forward emails. These are not retrospective emails. The emails do not say we need to do this because we need to undo history. They are emails that say we need to do this because we need to set a tone for the future. And I did not see, and the other dominant theme, not 100% on this theme, but very present, is that there are immediate gains for certain student groups, all of us really, but in particular certain student groups, to being proactive in making these changes, that they have identified that there has been a detriment to the current name, to either themselves, a family member, their community. Some of them are teachers or staff in these buildings who have made comments about this. So the other dominant theme is this is not good for us. A theme that does not come up in any of the emails we received stating that we should not do this is that it is bad for any group if we change the name. Nobody said anyone is going to be uniquely harmed, that anything ill will befall people if we do not make these changes. They have cited other reasons. They talked about history and legacy. But what is distinctly different between these two groups is that one group is plainly saying, these names are bad for us. And one group is saying, we don't want you to change this. And those are very different reasons. And I appreciate the kind and well-worded emails that came in opposition to the change. There weren't as many of those as I would have liked. There were some not very nice emails as well. And I do question what is the incentive behind holding on to a name if what they choose to express to us is hostility, not about the idea of changing, but about us individually as people, if we think that this is a good idea or that there's any value to this. I set those aside. I don't really think I need to go back and belabor those points at all. They didn't make points. So in filtering those emails out and actually looking at content emails that came, it's about 2 to 1 in terms of our ratio of emails. Twice as many. We had 60+% of the emails that came in that actually bear content are in favor of this change, and the others are not in favor of the change. And again, I'll say I excluded those emails that did nothing but call names. I did not include them in my count as opposition because I don't view those individuals as actually taking a stand in opposition to anything because they did not actually oppose anything. They were just mean. And had they made a point, I would have counted them in my ratio, but they did not. So that said, I read these emails and I don't hear anybody saying my student, my family, my identity in our community is in jeopardy or will be compromised if we make this change. I heard many people say my identity is compromised. We need to make this change because of that. And I think that's very compelling. And as a consequence of that, I can't get behind the wording of this change in this motion. Am I open to discussion around how to word the first point in here? Yes. Am I open to leaving on the table in here that we still would actively consider Hoover, Wilson, and Jefferson as names? I don't think I could support that.
Thank you, Therese. Tina?
I think Lou and Sarah was before me, so they can go first.
Absolutely. I thought about giving you a priority since you didn't speak yet, but Sarah and Lou, would you like to speak first? Let's go with Lou, and then Sarah, and then Tina.
Sarah had her hand up first, actually.
Okay, I apologize. I think I got the order. Sarah, and then Lou, and then Tina.
Well, I am perfectly willing to defer to my colleagues. We're all being so polite this evening, but I'll talk anyway. So a lot of what I said last week was about my thought process in thinking about whether this, that we should remove these 3 school names rather than having a community discussion about that first. And as I thought about what I said last week, and as I read the emails this week, I remained with my initial thought of naming a school is different than commemorating a historical figure in other ways, because children walk through the doors of those schools and we want them to be in an environment where they are achieving and thriving and feel welcomed and included and seen. And so when we pick a name for a school, it should be somebody who doesn't make somebody feel ashamed to tell someone who their school is named after. As we heard the student talk about today. This isn't erasing history. And this is one of the concerns that came forward in some of the emails this week, was that by removing these names, we're erasing these people from history. And that's absolutely not true. I don't think people should stop learning about Thomas Jefferson and writing the Declaration of Independence. I just don't think we necessarily need to name a school after him. And the same with Herbert Hoover and Woodrow Wilson. And it's not an emergency for me that these names change, because I'm a white person, my kids are white. You know, my son, every school in the district that's named after a person is named after a white man. I mean, my son feels validated in every school he walks into. But maybe it's time to just spread the wealth. And I feel like we were, all of us, elected and asked questions about equity and inclusion and justice. And we've talked about that as being a goal in our school district also. And so I don't really feel uncomfortable saying these names should change in the name of equity and inclusion and justice. We would change a curriculum or a mascot name or an event that was seen as racist. So I don't really see the changing of a name of a school as very different. It's not erasing history. In fact, I think it's an opportunity to celebrate the diversity and complexity of our history, while having discussions about the men whose names we were removing, their accomplishments, the reasons why their names were probably put on those schools initially, but as our understanding of history's changed, why we might want to take those names down. And this opportunity to think about who can be represented in the names we choose going forward. So I will not be supporting this amendment to the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. So up next is Lou, and then Tina, and then Vince.
I just wanted to briefly reiterate what's already been said, and then also add in, I feel a greater responsibility to honor the voices of the students that have written in that are impacted by these names than I do to reviewing who named them in the past and their intentions behind why. I feel a greater responsibility to those students that voiced them verbally tonight and also in written form, that are negatively impacted now. In the days that the schools were named, those voices would not have been heard or welcome in these spaces. That is just the reality of the state that we live in and the climate around racial tension of that time period. And so for me, that's why I would not, if that's the basis for why this is put in there, because we owe the school board who named it in the past. I do think we owe past school boards a great deal, but when it comes to the names of schools that would not have included voices that we've heard the last week, then I feel a greater responsibility towards those voices in this moment. And I would not support the amendments.
Thank you. Up next is Tina.
I just want to say, Jay, I heard you, but I would like to ask for you to ponder a quote from Maya Angelou. Do the best you can until you know better, and then when you know better, do better. Considering the time, the 1960s, when the schools were named, maybe this individual did the best they could with what they were, the parameters they were given. However, I think it is time to elevate and give consideration to the voices that have been silenced. I think that's where our consideration needs to lie right now. Given our times, given our overwhelming response from populations that have emailed us, that have been silenced, it's time for them to speak. It's time for us to actually listen. And so it's getting late. I will say that, and I'll hurry. So I do not support the amendment.
Thank you, Tina. Sarah, would you like to be recognized? All right, up next is Vince and then Jay. Oh, Vince, you're good. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was muted. No, I was muted. I'm sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
No, and I took my hand down. No, first, Jay, I completely understand where you're at. And the first draft of this resolution was all a community process, because that's my default setting, is that I would want a completely engaged process. This feels abrupt. It feels abrupt to me, even though that I've had conversations with Eric Beasley about changing the name of Woodrow Wilson Elementary School 2 years ago. It didn't feel like an emergency to me then, but for whatever reason this summer, I woke up and realized that it is an emergency. It's something that harm is happening. And I think the children speaking to us tonight speak amply to that. And the reality is that I am late to this party. As a white man, I'm late to this party. People of color have been navigating racist names on buildings and symbols and monuments for centuries. We heard from Sarah Garcia tonight, who knew the deep history of Herbert Hoover as she enrolled her child in that school. And it wasn't until I looked this summer, just a few weeks ago, I didn't know. I got to live with that, and I got to live with that comfort. But returning to our children, I'm just struck. We had Ruby McQueen tell us that she felt that Jefferson thought that Black people were a toy to play with. We had elementary school children talking about rape. I'm sorry. As a dad, I really do struggle with this. And I'm moving lower in my notes here. Ruby Hoffman again. Woodrow Wilson chose to be racist and mean. It wasn't an accident. Sarah, whose history is being commemorated and who's being erased? And so for me, this shows harm. And for me, our house is on fire. And when your house is on fire, you take assessment, but then you move swiftly to address the problem. And we are now becoming aware that this is a problem, that children in our district are being impacted. Families in our community are being impacted by the names that we have in our schools. And while I appreciate the desire to have an engaged process, a deep engaged process in these three schools, in these three cases, I feel that we were elected to act. And if our children were in an unsafe situation and the district came to us to adopt a policy to remedy that, we would act promptly. I would say in this situation, we have children and families being impacted, and it is incumbent on us as electeds in this community to act. Now, I would, if we feel that we need further input, I would accommodate tabling this to our next meeting, but I don't feel 60 days honors the words that were shared with us by our children and families. So I can't support the amendment as it's written.
Thanks, Vince. Up next is Jay.
So Vince, thank you for that. But my question, try to put specifics. Easy question first. How long is it till our next meeting? Not counting our retreat next week. When is our next meeting?
September 10th.
Roughly a month, okay? So I would at least encourage, I have other things to say, but encourage us to think about that as a reasonable way to allow for input. And I'm not questioning you all, except that I'm not kidding. 60 emails today, and maybe Sarah, you were vacationing and had time to read, and others, but I know that I had to skim a lot of them to get through them, and I wouldn't call that good deliberation in the face of emergency. And again, I'll just use your words. It is terrible that kids feel badly about the school they're entering into. I absolutely understand that. I also know that good curriculum, good teachers at age-appropriate spaces, whether it's a U.S. history class at the 4th grade level or one at Corvallis High, you can raise with kids the problems of people being involved in history. They make mistakes. And we have had emails that defended Wilson and defended Hoover with some pretty positive tones. If I had to vote back in 1960, I would not have picked either of those guys. I don't think they're worthy of inspiration, but you know what? There's different opinions. And I just would say that we owe a group of a community who I'm not even sure that in fairness, they've had much more than about a week to provide input. Some people did a wonderful job today coming in an awkward online fashion to testify. That's wonderful. Others did some really powerful sharings of emails. And I guess before I forget, without objection, I would like those emails that we've received to be part of the record that we would include. I know we've done that before with Ed Junkins. He had some time where he was able to include some material. And I would just ask that those emails we've received, I guess what, until 8 o'clock tonight, be allowed to be at least part of the record?
Thank you, Jay. I would like to ask input from staff about the feasibility about that, and if there's any input about the any staff time associated with it, and then I'll take input from the board if there's no objection. Ryan or Lindsay, would you like to provide comments about including all emails sent to the board regarding schools renaming being on the record as part of the meeting record?
I'm concerned about it and just the amount of staff time that's going to take to do that. And again, I didn't really anticipate that question, but just off the cuff, I'm concerned about the amount of staff time putting all that together, linking it, probably having to come up with some way of categorizing it for search. So that's my initial thought at this point.
Lindsay, would you like to provide input? So Lindsay, our board secretary.
Can you all hear me? Can you hear me now? Maybe I'll just try Ryan and Ryan can say it.
So Lindsay shared with me, because her mic seems to be on the fritz, that two things. One, that she could see how it would be easier to go moving forward to do that with some sort of Survey Monkey tool where people could provide their public input and then it could be uploaded that way. But it's going to be more tedious going backwards.
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Jay.
I think, without being too dramatic, that's a pretty big slap in the face of people who have spent time, both pro and con, writing emails that they could not then get to a board meeting and give verbal expression to say that should not be part of the record. And then, in fact, we've considered it. I mean, I guess I'm assuming everybody had a chance to read it. So it is part of what we've done. And in terms of the mechanics, my simple brain says, and I'm not a big techie, but if there's 100 sheets of paper that represent 100 emails, and I run them through a copy machine that reduces those to a digital format, that's just attaching those digits. But I'm not the tech guy, but we have 250-page board packets almost on a regular basis, and we're adding 100 emails or 150 email pages. That doesn't seem to be, I mean, with great respect for Lindsay, I'm not saying I don't know that it's going to be work, but I think that that's a real negative on us, that we can't take time to get those a part of the record. I think the public would love to know what other people are thinking, and I think we base our decision on some of those things.
Absolutely. I want just highlight thing, Jay, just to clarify the differentiation of what you're asking from what we have right now. All emails sent to the school board are considered parts of the public record and subject to public record requests. So they are on the record as communication with the board. However, what you're asking for is to include those emails communicated with the board about this specific resolution as part of the packet material of this meeting. So just to clarify that for the community and board members. And I heard someone wanting to either object or have a comment.
I wanted to make a point of order using Robert's rules that were deferred. We've deterred far from the amended motion and seconded language. Like, we're not even close to that conversation at this point.
Yeah.
I just wanted to call a point of order if you could. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So
my hand was up for the same point.
Yeah, so I would.
We are off topic now.
Yeah, so ruled. So Jay, if you don't mind, I will keep that point for discussion as soon as we pass the resolution, because the point of order taken correctly off topic of this specific amendment, if that's okay with you. And
Absolutely.
thank you, Lou and Therese, for that point of order. So with that, I would.
So I do have response then to the points being made.
Absolutely.
All right.
If
So
you don't
thank
mind,
you.
carry on with the conversation about the emails sent to the board as soon as we vote on the resolution itself, and I'll remember that.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll come back to just a couple of responses. I appreciate that we all as board members have put effort into listening to the concerns raised around this resolution, and that we all agreed that the record is what the record is in terms of we might have had conversations a while back, but there was nothing in our strategic planning or heads up, this is what we should do, and that we are acting as a governing body with some qualities and agreed upon kind of procedures. And I don't want to say they're formal procedures, but some commitments about how to move when we have issues, especially big issues. And I'll come back to, we've never had this many people weigh in on an issue, as much as I'd like to. Maybe, I guess the bond, you could consider all those votes as a weighing in, but this is a big one. And I think that it honors, or it requires then some fair approach to it. And fair is not a 10-day cycle of introduction and passage. So with that in mind, I would simply respond and say, I move then to table this measure until the September, whatever you said, 12th board meeting for consideration and additional opinions or record that we can submit.
So I would advise Jay that we move that motion. Actually, I would like to have clarification. Can we move for tabling if we have a motion and
Don't we have to resolve the amendment?
You have to resolve the amendment, and then you have to call for actually a vote if you're trying to table it. You can't just because we're in the middle of an amendment vote, and then we have to resolve that. And you also have to call for a vote to on the resolution, and everybody would have to fill it if we're trying to table it.
No.
Just following the Robert's rules, is that wrong with that part? Or you're asking to table the vote? Is that what you're asking, Jay?
I would absolutely agree that we could go ahead and vote on this amendment right now if you want to put yourself on the record as to how you want to be on this amendment. I also believe that a motion to table this amendment and the underlying motion is appropriate at any time, because this happens all the time. People come up with consideration. So I don't think you have to wait and vote a motion down before you, I think you should table it before you do the final motion, is what I'm saying.
Right, but so you're suggesting that we table the amendment as well?
We table the amendment and the main motion until September for opportunity to review. And I think that packages it all as one.
That's whether or not they want to narrow this to just Hoover, Wilson, and Jefferson.
Let me consult with our parliamentarian and I'll be back. So I'm going to go for the best what I know, and until we know better. And for this amendment, I will not go for the tabling motion, Jay, if you don't mind, as long as we have this amendment. And we could take a vote after we vote on this amendment on the main resolution. We could take a vote on tabling or not. If there's no objection with that ruling, we'll go with that. Sarah?
Yeah, I just, another sort of point of clarification is that if we vote on this amendment and whichever way it goes, and we table the resolution, that does not preclude this amendment from either striking this amendment or bringing this amendment up again when it comes up for reconsideration. Is that correct?
Correct. Your question is, the answer to your question is correct, yes. So with that, I would like to resolve this resolution, this amendment, if possible. Is there any further discussion for or against the amendment, which is striking the words that are striked on the screen and adding the words with an underline? Okay.
Sammy?
Yeah.
I have one more statement that I wanted to make, and I don't think I made it, so forgive me if I did. There was a history prof at OSU by the name of Tom McClintock. Some of us who've been in the community a while would recognize his name because in 2003 or 4, when we were naming Linus Pauling, he helped Cyril Gable and members of that board wrestle with Avery, Pauling, and I'm blank on the third one. And the comment was made, and I know Tom McClintock, he has passed away about 4 years ago, but his comment defended the naming of Jefferson in that time. And you could go to the news article. I don't have it right in front of me, but I just want to give it a context that it's not all the way back to 1960 that this community has wrestled with Jefferson and its appropriateness as much as when they wrestled with Avery and Pauling on Linus Pauling. So I'm saying it's not just something from way back, it's got some recent legs as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Is there any further discussion on the amendments? So before I go with a roll call vote on the amendments, I would like to say when we go with a roll call vote, we'll have a yes or no. So if there's any comments or explanation of the votes, I would encourage it to happen right now before we go with a yes or no. Is there any further discussion or explanation of the votes? All right, seeing none, I would like to add one thing. I think this is a moral question, and we know, for me personally, and speaking on behalf of myself as a member, I think I know enough about Jefferson, Wilson, Hoover to say, with the scarcity of 13 schools or 12 schools that we can name, and with the our constituents number one, which is our students, telling us the morality of having those names up on that. I think this is a moral question, and whenever you have a moral question, the answer is always now. So I am in favor of this. I'm sorry, I'm against this amendment because I believe this is a moral question whether Hoover, Wilson, and Jefferson should be further considered or not. I think I have enough information for myself to consider it and read the emails. And I want to acknowledge what Jay mentioned. We had lots of emails at certain rates. I saw 1 email per minute popping up on my mailbox, and I really appreciate all the emails, read them all. With that, I'll stop my comment there. I would like to entertain any further discussion on the amendments. Seeing none, it's been moved by Jay and seconded by Therese to add the language underlined and strike the language with a strike. So with that, I'll take a roll call vote, and I'll go randomly with the names here. I'll go first with Sarah. Are you in favor of the amendments?
No.
All right, Sarah says no. Tina?
No.
Jay?
Yes.
Luhoy?
No.
And I vote no. Therese?
No.
Vince?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the motion fails with 1 to 6. So we'll undo the additions and the strike through. Right now, with what I know, and I don't have time to read the Robert's rules, but I would entertain a motion if there is a motion to table, and we'll discuss that motion. Even though we have a motion on the floor to pass the main resolution. Now we are at the passing the main resolution as amended in front of us on the screen. Jay, do you have a motion?
Yes, I move that we table this measure until our September board meeting, including its amendments.
All right, do I hear a second by Therese? Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, Jay, would you like to speak to the motion?
I just think that this gives us an opportunity to honor the process that we said we would have when we deal with major issues, and that is have a fair hearing that allows everybody to express their opinion, even as strongly as we might feel one way or the other. And I think this gives us at least a shot at doing that. In the meantime, I'll go do a little more research on history of things, but it's not going to be me. It's going to be other people providing whatever input they want to give. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. I see Vince. Do you want to speak for the motion to table or against?
So Jay, I really appreciate the position that you're in, and thank you for being an advocate for community voice in our processes. While I feel strongly about this and feel a strong urgency to move quickly, I understand your point, and on this particular issue, I feel it is important that the board speak as one. And if there's a chance that this board can come to consensus, and if we can get more public input, and if that, Jay, if that will make you feel more comfortable with this and shift your thinking, then I think the time spent waiting, it will be will be useful for us. Because I think having the board unified sends a strong message to staff, and it sends a strong message to the community.
Sarah, would you like to speak for or against the motion to table?
I'm speaking in the middle. I agree with what Vince said, that if some more time gives more a greater opportunity for us to speak unanimously in passing this resolution, then I am in favor of tabling it. My hesitation comes from a tendency of this board to at times spend a lot of time talking about and thinking about hard decisions, and we should, but at some point, if it looks like the board is headed in a certain direction, I have some discomfort with just saying, oh, but we're gonna wait and read more emails about it. Because if we know what we think is right, then we know what we think is right. And I'm not sure we have more emails, because I've read a lot of emails here on vacation. I'm not sure if more emails would change what I think is right at this point. And so I'm a little bit uncomfortable with delaying what I know is right.
Thanks, Sarah. So I have next up is Therese.
Thank you, Sammy. Consensus is fantastic, and I guess I'm going to need a little more, how do I say, I'm not entirely certain that we're going to be able to reach consensus. And I guess maybe I need to hear more about it. Will more emails saying, will more public testimony saying, please make the changes, compel those who support the amendment to entertain the possibility of retaining the names? Will that be enough to change or sway? I mean, I'm doing a count here in our emails, and it's tipping to more than 2 to 1 in our communication from the public. One, they did communicate quite a lot. I mean, well over 100 emails now. And the numbers aren't close to each other. They're not. I mean, I've not vetted this for statistical error. So I reduced duplicates to make sure that I didn't count anybody twice. Some of them are probably subject to my interpretation as to whether they count as for or against. So I wouldn't stand on that number. I wouldn't stand on that number for publication purposes, but I would say that the overall leaning does not feel even close to me in the public communication that we've had. So if we think, one, that more time would somehow create more opportunity for more constructive arguments that we've not already heard to come to light for us to think about, or two, if there is some commitment from within our board that if we continue to hear favorably, that we will move away from amendments that would leave open the possibility of retaining the names, then I guess I'd be willing to talk about that. I don't think that that's where we are, though. I think where we are is that there's a fundamental disagreement about whether or not we need to leave the decision to keep the names on the table and in the hands of the task force, the charter committee, whoever comes together to make the decision. And so I think I need to hear some discussion around that point to see if is that in fact what we are doing. Are we trying to decide whether or not, or is there any future for this motion to go for this resolution to go forward with unanimous consent if it does in fact declare that the names must be changed?
Thank you, Therese. Vince, I see your hands up. So I'll go next to Lou and then Jay. Lou's hands down, so Jay.
No, I accidentally put my hand down instead of unmuting. I pressed the wrong button.
All right. Yeah.
Okay, well, first I wanted to thank everybody that took the time to email and provide public testimony on this resolution. There was a lot. I work full-time and have kids and everything. I read every single one of those emails and thought about what each person said in the context from what they might have been writing. And I wanted to let people know your thoughts and feedback are all appreciated. Whether or not you supported the resolution, I appreciated you taking that time. And I wanted to share some thoughts in addition to what I shared last week in regards to the resolution itself. And it's also based on this conversation we're having. So just bear with me for a couple minutes. Some may say that those included in this resolution were quote unquote men of their time. What is important to note is that they were not the totality of men of their times. As Director Adams pointed out last week and others have pointed out tonight, there were people doing anti-racist work during their times. White women and men spoke out and fought against racism, chattel slavery, and genocide during their time as well, or their times, I should say. So yes, they did exist in another time, but they were racist men of their time nonetheless. Racism, chattel slavery, and genocide were not acceptable then any more than they are acceptable now. Corvallis School District has made a commitment towards anti-racism. This is not the same as equity or inclusion. It is about taking action against racism in all its forms. The resolution that we put before you is part of that work. Some argue that we should enter into a conversation to debate the goodness these men brought against their racist actions and ideology. That way both sides are heard. It's important to note that the dominant narrative is that these men did great things and contributed to the US. That side has been heard and been reinforced in society for generations. I ask that we hear, and I mean truly hear, our community members that are descendants of the survivors of chattel slavery and genocide. It's time to listen to those voices, the voices of our community that have asked for this change, as evidenced by their voices tonight and in the emails they've sent. It should not be the expectation for our community members to retell their traumas from experiencing racism in our community and our schools in order for us to hear that side, or for the sake of debate, just for the sake of debate. To those community members, we hear you. I hear you as one of your representatives. Woodrow Wilson, Thomas Jefferson, and Hubert Hoover were indeed racist. That is not an option, opinion, an interpretation, or a version of history. That was true in their time, and it's true now. Chattel slavery and genocide were among the most horrendous actions taken by leaders of this nation. The lasting impacts felt today are very real. I live them, people I love in this community feel them. This is hard for folk who don't have those lived experiences to understand, but they are real. No longer memorializing Wilson, Jefferson, and Hoover in school names does not erase them from history. It does not erase them from the curriculum in our schools or anywhere else in town. Some may say that this is a symbolic gesture and only a gesture. However, keeping these names any longer is also a symbolic gesture, one that says the lasting impacts of chattel slavery and genocide that manifest into the current day racism faced by members of our community, regular here in Corvallis, are acceptable. The symbolic gesture of removing these names says that these racist actions are not part of the values of Corvallis School District. These actions put the commitment of anti-racist work into action for the benefit of not only students of color, but for all students in our district. This resolution will never remove these men from history or curriculum, nor does it call for that. Rather, it calls for our community to examine who our schools are named after and to model that doing the right thing is possible. This does not need to be delayed any further. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou. Up next is Jay.
I just want to, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
I just want to say that everything about those men being racist and bad may be right. And we may even in a month all agree that all their names should be struck from being named. But my fundamental still remains that in the absence of emergency, with a 10-day turnaround and a commitment that this board said we would be open to our community to listen, the 30 or however many number so far that have turned in and said thoughtfully, we don't want Jefferson's name to be removed, they are owed a process. People who think like that are owed a process, and it's not a 10-day turnaround process on this big of an issue. So I told you early on, I would not have voted for those names, Hoover and Wilson. But I also know that we as board members said we were going to have a community relationship that involved listening. And so as passionate as we are about what we believe, I still think we owe ourselves and the community that at least that amount of time to sit and have them have input. So thank you for listening and appreciate the good tone of what we're about.
Thank you, Jay. I would like to ask any further discussion on the motion to table until September 10th meeting. Seeing none, I'll add one more comment. I want to say, in consult with the NAACP, really advocating for this with an important disclaimer. They told us when you work on this, don't forget walking the walk about teachers of color retention, recruitment and retention, including racial equity and racial justice into your equity policies, and doing the hard work, because changing the name is easy, doing the work is harder. And I do personally believe we have lots of business to do. And I heard the comments in favor, taking more time, taking more process, but also I feel the scarcity of real estate for our board time to do the work on racial equity and other things that we really need to do to reopen our schools. Personally, I am against tabling. I think I don't want to be indecisive. I think this is an opportunity for us to be decisive about this issue while having really sufficient time to debate, discuss. I want to acknowledge actually phone calls from communities of color saying we can't actually put anything in email. We're worried. Today I had as well communities who say we want to actually oppose changing Jefferson or Hoover immediately because the school is starting immediately and we don't want to add more uncertainty for the children in addition to their name. And some of those communities who are individuals who called as well mentioned, I don't want to be called racist if I email this. And I want to say we want to be anti-racist, but also we want to be welcoming for everybody. I heard both sides. I hear there is some trouble. The trouble of being called racist is problematic. But also standing up and saying, I want a person of color, I want a Black person in Corvallis schools for Corvallis schools to be named for a Black person. Speaking about those things is not easy. It's not just troublesome, could be threatening. And some communities has been speaking up and about changing schools' names for years. And some of them cannot speak up because they feel the heat of speaking up is hard for them. It's going to be a difficult decision to be decisive right now and make the action. So that's why I'm opposing to table, because people spoke up and some of them wanted to speak up discreetly by calling rather than emailing, or even coming here and calling on the record. And I hear that. And I feel as a representative in a democracy where we have a process to represent our constituents, we have the burden to speak on behalf of our constituents after we hear from them, but also to act swiftly. And I think we do have a moral question that we need to act on now. I see Vince wants to be recognized. Vince, go ahead.
I would just like to go back and touch on something that Lou said just a little bit ago. Thank you, all of you, for this conversation and for considering this resolution. I really appreciate it. But Lou said something that really has struck me, is that white people don't have the lived experience to understand the urgency of this matter. We don't have the lived experience of the hurt of this matter. And for that reason, as I've been listening to you talk, I have just felt a greater sense of urgency that an action can be racist or not racist or anti-racist, but there is no ambivalence, and certainly not with a matter like this. And we will send a message. No matter what we do, we are going to send a message. And if I'm going to send a message, it's going to be one that supports the most vulnerable among us, and those are our children of color in our community. So I'll be voting no on the motion.
Any further discussion or comments on the motion to table? So I'll repeat the motion as stated, and Lindsay and Jay, correct me if the statement is inaccurate. The motion is to table the resolution until school board meeting on September 10th. Is that accurate? So it's been moved by Jay and a second by Therese to table the resolution. Those in favor say aye, and those against say no by roll call votes. Vince, what's your vote?
No.
Jay, what's your vote?
Yes.
Tina?
No.
Lihui?
No.
Therese?
No.
Sarah?
No.
And I vote no. 3, 4, 5, 6. So 1 to 6, the motion to table fails. So now we're back to the main motion, which is to approve the resolution as amended. Is there any further amendments or discussion on the main resolution? Jay.
I have one more motion that I had in my paperwork that I think still matters. And that is on paragraph, what was originally 2B.
Proposed change 5.
Paragraph 3. and I believe, I mean, the wording, let me help you then, I'll dictate it, right? Okay.
Yeah, go for it. And I'll identify, because you sent it to me before, I'll just identify it is on line 62, correct?
Thank you. Actually, it's
62 on the page, on the screen, since we have different.
Right. Correct. That's right. So I would, at line 62 after lives, the wording should say additional weight in recommendation should be given to figures who valued and worked for social justice in their lives. And I think then in order to make that make sense, and I'm sorry it's so late, so I don't know why I didn't do this before, but I'm making a combination. The line that says preference and recommendation should be given to figures who valued and worked for social justice should be stricken. So it's substituting my language underlined for that sentence. Okay.
Wonderful, thank you. So it's been moved by Jay, and do I hear a second?
I'll second.
I'll second.
I beat
So,
you, I beat you,
Lou,
Ben.
Give it to Lou.
Lou went first. I heard Lou first. So it's been moved by Jay and seconded by Lou to add the language underline and strike the language stricken or stroke on the screen. Struck. Yeah, I need to work on my grammar. So Jay, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yeah, I just think it clarifies for purposes of any committee moving from this measure, the word preference is, if two ideas came up, this measure says preference has to go to a person who did social justice. And I think my recommendation says weight shall be given to it, but somebody who maybe nominated, I'll just make a silly nomination, Chinook Elementary, that, in other words, you're weighing two different things, not saying absolute preference goes to social justice. So it's about weighing and not having a quote preference. Hope that makes sense.
Thank you, Jay. Lou?
I just wanted to thank Jay for that clarification because it makes a lot of sense.
Thanks. Any discussion on the motion? Would anyone like to speak for or against the motion to amend as presented? Vince?
Yeah, I would just like
Sammy,
to.
sorry.
Oh, I would like to speak in support and thank for the clarification.
Yeah. Wonderful. Any further discussion? See none. I would like to call this question through unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Without objection, passes unanimously. All right, now we have the language proposed in the amendments added to the main resolution. And now I would like to ask if there's any further amendments or discussion on the main motion to pass the resolution as amended. I think we're ready for voting on this document. Therese.
Just want to say that I support this resolution. I will vote for this resolution. I also just want to recognize that this resolution isn't the end of the discussion around naming in our community, the names of the schools in our community. I think that it would be behoove us to evaluate the other names in honorarium that we have used. And I think that there's a logical reason to move forward with this particular grouping of names. That said, we did receive some comments that, give pause to whether or not some of the other namesakes in our community should continue to be on our schools. And I would encourage us not to wait a really long time to take that up, but to make that something that we move on soon as well. And that said, I do not believe that we should hold up this resolution because we may need to because we may be in need of additional work on other names because for me, the question of whether we need to remove these names is settled. And if that has inspired the conversation about whether or not we need to change Franklin, then we can have that conversation. So I don't want to hold up the good work that this resolution can do. I just want to make sure that I state that I don't think that this will end this conversation for us. And the last thing that I want to say is to those who talked about this resolution as something that is designed to cancel out or remove history, I think that this resolution is about what makes sense for our future. It is not about trying to undo what has already happened. We can't undo what has already been. This is about deciding the tone and the direction, the culture that we want for our children in our school district beyond today. And so for those out there who are just wondering about how we might be seeing that, for me, this is a vote about what I want my son and his friends and children even beyond them to be inspired by when they see a building name. And I don't begrudge that anyone in the past was inspired by the names that are on those buildings now. That is not for me to, that was not my community, and that is not for me to assess, nor is it for me to try to dig around and understand. Any more than 50 years from now, I think it would be reasonable for people to try to understand what we were thinking. We're giving them what we can to help explain and understand our process. And ultimately, in future generations, it will be theirs to decide if what we have done today or what we do in the coming weeks, new names that are carried forward, still makes sense for the community and the culture that they are trying to create. But it is only hubris that would insist that we hold on to something that no longer is a good fit for us simply because it's always been that way. Or as we like to say in state work, well, we always delivered the mail by horse. So why did we ever stop? Because something else made a lot more sense. And so I see this as something that we don't have to rationalize why people did it before or demonize the fact that they did. We just simply have to recognize that that is not culturally consistent with the current goals and mission of this district. And so this is entirely for me about alignment, to be consistent with who we have said that we are. Okay, maybe not entirely only. I mean, I am grateful that we are having open dialogue about the importance of beliefs that individuals hold and what that means about their role in public life. But in terms of moving forward with changing names, this is a forward move. This is a forward motion for me. This is not about retrospectively looking back at the past.
Thank you, Therese. I think up next is Jay.
I will be voting no on this measure. And I want to explain that it is not because A, I'm looking back, or B, that I'm racist and believe racist people should get schools named after them, but that I think that we owe our community a opportunity for fair hearing, deciding these big issues after reasonable time and following processes that frankly other school districts have said would be really doable, whether it's the Eugene model or the Portland model, where opportunity could have been had for it. I will absolutely support, if we pass this, I will absolutely support then moving forward in a real good way about naming names, because I'm excited. I want to add one point. I received a couple of emails, I think maybe all of us did, that we should stay away from naming people because you'll always be doing this. And I'm just enough of a history guy and love of inspiration that as much as I think a Chinook might be inspirational to some people, or oak might be inspirational to some people, I think people are inspirational. And so I hope that the group that takes this runs with names. And especially, I think I mentioned in the last meeting, people who are women and people who are of color and people who are of artistic background, not just political heroes. So I'm excited about what the discussion will look like. I'm not in favor necessarily of naming them after the nearby streets so that we can avoid problems. We'll give the next board those problems down the road by naming people this time around.
Thank you. Up next is Therese. All right, no, I think Therese, you spoke before, so Sarah and then Lou.
Yeah, first I want to thank Jay. I was a little bit uncomfortable when Sammy talked about this vote as a moral vote because I felt like that could possibly paint people who voted against this resolution with a brush they didn't deserve. I acknowledge that Jay's objection to this resolution is largely procedural, and I respect his desire to include more community input. And I kind of like having disagreement occasionally on the board. I think it's good for us. So thank you, Jay. I think you've made us all think, which is good. That said, I will be voting in favor of the resolution. I absolutely think we need community input into the names of our schools. But I also think that the three men whose names we are resolving to remove from our schools are people who don't represent those schools in a way that lifts up all of our students. And as I said last week, no child should go to a school named after someone who thinks that they're less than. And so I don't question that these three names need to change. I don't think these men should be removed from history. I think our children should learn about them. I think our understanding of history is complex and diverse, and it's important to acknowledge both the good and the bad. So you taking them off does not change the fact that Thomas Jefferson wrote the amazing aspirational words in the Constitution. So I will be voting in support of this resolution because I believe it's doing what is right. And I don't think that delaying would change my mind on that at this point. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Lou?
I just wanted to point out that I know we've joked about like naming things after animals and stuff like that, and that's a little bit culturally insensitive because of the area that we're in, especially like around salmon and stuff like that. That's a big part of the Pacific Northwest culture for Indigenous folk, and there's other plants and stuff and animals that hold cultural significance. And so I don't want people to think that if that's something when we have those discussions down the road that if they see that people were trying to be funny. And so I just wanted to point that out in our conversation. And also that there is plenty of time for a comment in the processes that we've outlined with looking at the other schools and also with the choosing of new names. And so I'm saying a lot right now because we've been on for almost 5.5 hours because we care about you all. And so we've been here for a little while, so I'm getting a little bit lost with my words, but I just wanted to say that again, like I said last week, that was my favorite part of the process was the community involvement and the learning opportunity for kids in the district on researching. I like research a lot, so. Yeah.
Thank you, Lou. Vince?
First, I'd like to say thank you to all of you for engaging in this conversation. Thank you to Lou and Sammy for helping me bring this resolution forward. Sarah, I think you said it really well that I don't think we could get more input, but I don't think that would change the outcome. And so this really comes down to what's right and what's wrong. I mean, I think we know what the right thing to do is here. And if we know what the outcome is likely to be, then we should just move with all swiftness to rectify a wrong. So I'll be voting in favor of the resolution, and I do so with deep appreciation because for me, a large portion of this is personal for me. This was a hard conversation that started in my family. This resolution started as a conversation with my daughters. So thank you all, and thank you to the district for operationalizing what is going to be a robust community engagement effort to look at all the names in our district, but moving most swiftly with these 3 particular cases. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize myself briefly and say thank you, Sarah, for the clarification. The moral urgency that I believe about this question does not imply painting with a paintbrush about my colleagues or any constituent who said very loud and clear that we want to keep the names up, or at least we need to debate this or give it more time, give it more process. It's been really a great experience for us to debate this. We as a board, I'm very proud to say, show a role model of debate, learning, growth, and humility to learn more and know how can we do better. I want to thank Tina for quoting Maya Angelou, do the best you can until you know better, then when you know better, do better. And the irony of calling them the founding fathers, if there is one thing a father, and I know it might be offensive for those who know some of those founding fathers were racist. They would not claim me or people who look like me as their children. As a matter of fact, the credible evidence about Jefferson, he did not claim his offsprings from his slave. But let's take the analogy about founding fathers. If there is one thing that a father would like for their children to do, is to do better, to exactly walk what Maya Angelou said. And I think that's where I want to bring home. If there is anything we want to inspire as a nation, since the founding fathers came in and declared the Declaration of Independence, is that we need to do better. And we need to declare better words than even what they said then. And we always quote it as it is, men, they implied men. They did not imply all people. Actually, did not imply all men. They implied property owner, white men. So many white men, they were not included. All women were not included. And all people of color or Black people were not included. And we are growing as a nation to say, and as a community and as a school system to say, we will do better. And I think those names, those schools deserve a better name that inspire our children. And I want to really say thank you for Vince for moving on this, for community members, every single one who spent a minute or more on providing inputs. That's how this discussion go. We all talked with each other and debate, and we learned. And at the same time, I want to really dedicate this for the children who spoke up and for the children who's going to register tomorrow to go to a school that not only by name, but by name and action will inspire them. And for that, I want to vote yes on this resolution with excitement and with gratitude that we're always going to do better. That's part of the American experiment. We always try to do better and acknowledge that we're not perfect. We have to do better. So with that, any further comments or discussion of the main resolution? Ryan, would you like to provide any input, or shall we vote on it?
I would just like to add that I do appreciate the conversations that have gone on, the input we've had, and the role you all play in the lives of our kids. So thank you for that work. And I think that we will put together a process that includes community input, and we'll come to you with some people that or places or things that inspire our kids.
Thank you, Ryan. And to highlight again, community input is important and appreciated, and part of this resolution, it involves that. So we want to continue, and we're eager to continue listening to the community and making decisions based on community inputs. I would like to, actually, it's been moved, so we have a motion on the floor to approve the resolution as amended. And it's the resolution number 201001, review and removal of racist school names. And let's go first with Vince.
Aye.
Jay.
No.
Tina.
Aye.
Lou.
Aye.
Therese.
Aye.
Sarah.
Aye.
And I vote aye. The resolution review and removal of racist school names passes 6-1. Thank you all. And I want to ask you if you want to sprint through, or you want to have a recess for 5 minutes. How y'all think? Vince.
Let's get done.
Yeah, let's get done.
All right, let's
Wait.
get done.
Sammy, have we set a new record yet?
No, oh, actually, my no, not yet. I think it was 10:35. So at least in my memory, it's a record. So yes, we are.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get done. Let's do it.
All right. So we have a consolidated action. As a reminder, the items under this portion of the agenda are for action. Does anyone have a question about anything in consolidated action? That include licensed personnel action, unlicensed personnel action, Garfield and Hoover bond actions. Vince, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm waiting to offer a motion.
All right, Vince, you're recognized.
I move to approve consolidated action.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Was that Therese?
Yes.
Moved by Vince, second by Therese. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone against? Passes unanimously. All right, so we do not have consolidated information for today. There will be in the next meeting. Any further board member comments? Yes. So we have a comment from Ryan about the consolidated action.
With regards to consolidated action, I just again want to recognize the work of our project management team to get our schools within budget. Not an easy task, and takes a lot of work to get to that point. So we're really proud of the results and the costs associated. So I know Dale and Kim are still on. So again, kudos to the two of you.
We have Vince and then Jay. Board member comments. We don't have Vince, you're good. Jay?
Just a comment that kind of fits with what we've done in the past around people who have retired. I saw some names, and I'm not going to name them, but there's some really good people who are finally letting us know that's it. I'm going to enjoy my retirement. So congratulations and thank you to those people. I also want to sneak in, and I don't mean it to sound about me, but I am excited about one of the names that sits in that list of new hires, because he will bring a lot of, he's a social studies teacher that I watched and said, you really need to go apply for a job at Corvallis High as a really neat bilingual teacher and a very, very, very good, strong teacher. And then my last little plug is that we all owe it. You talk about putting your money where your mouth is in terms of this equity thing. So in talking to a woman who is a reporter for the Gazette-Times, I want you to know that she happens to be African-American, and she's from Virginia, and she writes good stories. And I said, when you're tired of being a reporter, there's nothing wrong with being a reporter, you should seriously consider being an English/social studies teacher in Corvallis, because I just admire her thinking even in a short interview. But and when I hung up, I went, I hope she doesn't think I don't think reporters are important. They are, but teachers are even more important to me. So hooray for us finding more people like those people. So.
Thank you, Jay. Appreciate it. Any board member comments? Well, I want to say thank you all for being patient with running the meeting. I hope all was heard, and I think we had really healthy and good discussion, and a good way to move forward. Sarah, go ahead. Yes, Sarah.
Hang on. Maybe this is something we can deal with later, but we did have that issue with emails and the record. So I don't know if we want to address that. Just quickly, my comment on it would be that I have some issues with privacy concerns with making all of those part of the public record. I know that when I send a email to a legislator, I don't expect it to be part of the public record, but when I send comment for a hearing or something, I do expect it to be part of the public record. And we didn't make that delineation when we asked for emails. And so I think there's a lot of considerations we have to make that make me uncomfortable with that whole idea.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this up. And I want to highlight two elements. The elements that you mentioned, an expectation of privacy, and they are public records subject to requests, but there's this expectation of privacy. We can know who requests those records when they request them, and you can trace that versus if we decide to put them publicly. But also there's a fiscal and staff time that I'm personally a little bit anxious, because I know Lindsay is fielding so many questions about reopening. And if staff time will be done on this, I think it's important. But I know there are some other competing objectives with that. Lou, do you want to speak to this?
Yeah, my concern was the same as Sarah's, especially some of the, as Therese worded, not so nice emails that came in. I actually am thinking about some of those folk in consideration if those are made public and they didn't know they were going to, even though anything sent is subject, like you said, to public record requests, but that's a little bit different than us putting them out there without telling the public that we were going to. And I have that same concern over like if they would have sent the same email in, if they would have known we were going to put it in a packet. And also, like you said, for the consideration of Lindsay's time to focus on the questions about reopening, and especially because that was a concern that was brought up in some of the emails about the resolution, and to honor some of those voices too of the staff time to prioritize it to the opening. So I just wanted to reemphasize that, and also that it was also part of the request that we minimize the staff time as much as possible with the resolution. So.
Yeah. Jay?
I would entertain the idea. Now, I don't know how to do it process-wise, but number one, asking what would be wrong in the future with when people submit those kinds of comments, them being able to say, you can use this as part of the record. Because I guess my point is that not everybody can pull together the speeches that were given tonight, nor do we want to necessarily see all those, but we also don't mind having people go on the record. And so I absolutely agree. I don't think we should do this because of people might have repercussions. There are names that are out there that maybe they didn't really believe would go that public. They have to know that they're a little bit public. So I don't have any trouble with slowing down, but I would like to know what might we do to help facilitate public record that is on the record material, maybe an option to check you can publish this or whatever. And I had one more thing. And then also just who can talk to me about how hard is it to make digital copies and include it? Because I don't want to spend a lot of money, but I also think that there might be some quick ways to getting it done. So it's a project to be done. I'd be interested to hear from Lindsay and Ryan about either of those issues. So
Wonderful. I'll let Ryan speak to that.
What I'd like to do is I'd like to have an opportunity to work with Lindsay and have some discussion and come back to you about on that topic at a later date.
Thank you, Ryan. So in the spirit of what Jay was speaking about, it would be great also if you can give us feedback on moving forward as we venture into engaging community and seeking input, if there is a way for the community to provide input and maybe have that option as well. Yes.
So next time we meet in our board retreat, there were two areas that are the board had goals around. One was around community engagement and one was around racial equity and bias response. And so that's what we're going to do next week in our retreat, have conversations about those two topics, which fits right into where we are at this moment. And again, that comes from your self-evaluation last spring.
Wonderful, thank you. So on this topic or any other topic, Therese?
Oh, thank you. Gosh, I think that maybe my point might have already been covered. I was concerned about privacy. Lou's point about the content, maybe people would have edited themselves a little bit differently. But we got some comments that came submitted through public comment on a form, and were sent to us, distributed to us that way. And so I think that, I mean, are those different? I'm then when they email the board directly, I think that they are different. And so anyway, just wondering about maybe as part of I know, Sammy, that as board chair, you respond and acknowledge the receipt of these emails. And so perhaps at least in an immediate solution, if your response could include that if they want their comment to be part of the public record, can you include a link to that online form so that they can deposit their comment there themselves? Because even though they know that what they sent us can be accessed, that's not the same as what we're talking about, which is distribution. I don't think that emailing a board member is presumption that it can be, that we can distribute it. And so I think that those are different, but those online comment forms are separate. And so we could certainly immediately let people know that if they want to have their comment included in a public way, there is a mechanism for doing that, and follow this link, and you can copy and paste what you just sent me right into that if you want to. But so that we can close that communication gap a little more quickly to let folks know, because maybe some people just don't know. I imagine some people think emailing us is tantamount to making public comment, and other people are thinking of it as a private and individual conversation. But that redirecting them to the online comment space, which clearly is much more clearly labeled as submitting a comment, would at least maybe clarify their intention if they choose to post it there.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely we'll look into that. And I would have some questions for staff about how to operationalize that in terms of comments per topic that we're doing a hearing about, or a business meeting about, or general comments, and how that would fit. So I think this is very good suggestion, and I'll make sure to explore it with Ryan and Lindsay and see how we can operationalize that. Very good suggestion. Any further comments? Jay? Oh, you're good? All right, seeing none, you all have a wonderful night. We are adjourned for, seeing we don't have any further business. Have a good night. We are adjourned.